only time I visited that area, it was actually cold.
Oh, that's not good. So,
Good evening, Mayor and Deputy Mayor.
Hello, I'm glad to see I was on mute.
Mayor, I'm ready on my end.
I'm waiting for 6:30.
Okay.
On my end, it says 6:29.
Oh, on mine it says 6:31. That's why I'm always rushing you.
oh,
Okay.
he's right, 6:29.
Oh, perfect.
And I was giving Councilmembers Marshall and Shrubnik a chance to join, but all right, Kenmore City Council is now in session. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Kugler,
Here,
Councilmember File,
Here,
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
here.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
Councilmember Baker.
Here,
Councilmembers Shrubnik and Marshall are excused for the time being.
I do see Councilmember Shrubnik,
Okay,
and I'm promoting her right now.
perfect.
Councilmember Shrubnik, we're just taking roll call, so I'm going to ask you for your name. Councilmember Shrubnik.
Here, thanks.
All right. The Kenmore City Council is now going to recess to executive session pursuant to RCW 42.30.110(1)B. The City Council will enter into executive session to consider real estate acquisition. The session is set to conclude at 6:59 p.m. I will see you all over there.
Welcome back, Mayor.
Back. I'm happy to be here. Madam Clerk, could we get, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the Kenmore City Council is out of executive session. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the letter of intent approved as to form by the city attorney or special counsel to acquire the Holt Industries property located at 7010 Northeast 181st Street, Kenmore, Washington 98028, as negotiated between the parties for a price of $3.2 million. Final approval of the purchase and sale shall be subject to council approval.
So moved, Councilmember File.
We have a motion
Second.
and we have a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I'm actually hoping that we can have 10 more minutes of executive session. I feel like it was truncated and several of us have questions.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I would agree with Councilmember Shrubnik.
Okay,
Second that.
City Attorney, could I? Okay,
Mr. Mayor, if I may recommend
course.
a way. So I think what we need to do is go ahead and start the regular session, because
Yep.
on a regular session, you can add to the agenda where you'd like, but probably at the very beginning, an executive session for the same reason that you read off in the special meeting notice.
okay. Well then, with that said, I'm calling the regular meeting to order. Next on the agenda is a flag salute. If you all please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next up on our agenda is agenda approval. The chair would entertain a motion to add an executive session pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1B to consider real estate acquisition, to add that to the agenda.
And Mr. Mayor, how long would it be for?
I would say 10 minutes. Would that work for everybody? 10 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion second. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and with that, the council is going to recess back into executive session pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1B to consider real estate acquisition. The session is expected to last 10 minutes to 7:15.
Okay, friends, we have a full house with us this evening. Thanks for your patience. The council still needs to deliberate in a closed session. The RCWs allow them to do that for various reasons. It sounds like they're only going to be in for 10 minutes, so we'll see you in a short while. Welcome back, Mayor.
Okay, everybody is here. We have a motion on the table. To remind everybody in the audience what the motion is. The motion was to approve a letter of intent approved as to form by the city attorney or special counsel to acquire the Holt Industries property located at 7010 Northeast 181st Street, Kenmore, Washington 98028, as negotiated between the parties for a price of $3.2 million. Final approval of the purchase and sale agreement shall be subject to council approval. So that is on the table. Do we have any further discussion? Councilmember Marshall.
I think this comports with our main goal of exploring options and how to advocate for affordable housing for citizens of Kenmore.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor Herbig. Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
No.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
No.
Mayor Herbig.
No.
The motion does pass.
Okay. Next on the agenda is a presentation, annual Bothell Kenmore Chamber of Commerce update with Chair Carmen Dalzell and Executive Director Brittany Caldwell.
Hello, delightful
Wonderful to
city
see
council
you.
members. Brittany and I are going to tag team this. I know that this is so shocking to see me, but this is another hat for me. During the day, when I'm not helping Kenmore residents, I get to also serve Kenmore residents as the Chamber of Commerce president. So it's nice to see you. Thank you for your service as always. And I guess we'll just get started. Okay, sound good? All right. So for those of you who are kind of just getting to know us a little bit better, I know that we have spent some time with all of you. Just a quick recap of who the Bothell Kenmore Chamber is. As you might remember, we became the Bothell Kenmore Chamber in 2018 after lowly beginnings 100 years ago in Bothell. So we've now grown. And because we've added Kenmore to the whole team, we've grown to nearly 400 members. And we just really want to say thank you so much for your partnership. This partnership from the city of Kenmore with our chamber has been stellar. It is actually what we really describe as a partner and something we really value. We really appreciate the partnership and are grateful. Wanted to give you a quick look at the chamber board members. Our board is diverse. We're trying to be as representative as possible of the communities that we serve. You'll see a couple Kenmore names in here. Eric Moen for sure. Who else is Kenmore? Sandy Lane is a Kenmore. So we need to get some more Kenmore. Of course, Rob sits on as a ex officio member too. We have two new members this year, Dr. Kristen Esterberg, who is the Chancellor of UW Washington, UW Bothell, sorry, everybody. It is a really big honor to have her join our board. That's been new. Hoon Kang just also joined us from the Financial Planners and Investment Advisors. Leslie McFadden from McFadden Real Estate, who you may know from just all the real estate she does, and she's a big community service. And then of course the Cottage Restaurant Madison Ween, which I know I have seen some of you at before. And we were excited. You might remember back in the day when Mike Rue was the president, and he did all of his years at the chamber and then took his obligatory year off and is now returning to the board, which we feel very, very blessed. The leadership of the board right this minute includes myself, which is a privilege, Secretary Jen Boyd, so also a big Kenmore supporter. Immediate past chair is Andrea Schaefer, Ryan Mills, who is with First Financial Bank, Cheryl Bosch from Banner Bank, and then Brooke Knight, who you might have known from back in the day, her previous role from the Senior Center. So that is a fun leadership. It's actually a big privilege to be part of, where it gives us a lot of collective thoughts. A lot of the members are members of Rotary, so there's kind of just a lot of charity that happens, and I feel really grateful. We're also really grateful that we have a very strong staff that actually has been around. I think the average, we were like 5 and 6 years, people have been with us. Of course, Brittany's been with us since the chamber started, almost. It feels like it. I think it's 13 years, Brittany. I wrote it down. No, it's not. Is that right? 14, 15, 20. She's not even going to correct me. Okay. Marita Colburn, who does member and community relations. Eve Livingston, who works as the office manager and also the visitor center manager, because we do serve as the Bothell visitor center as well. And then Elizabeth Tackett, who's the marketing manager. We are incredibly supported by our community. We have a patron membership level, and these are the companies that have stepped up to say, we're with you all the time, and we're very grateful for them. And you'll also see that we have a ton of community members. And one of the things that makes our Bothell Kenmore Chamber just a little different is that we have a significant amount of nonprofits. So this is a higher level of the people that want to go a little farther. You'll see your name right in the middle. It's like we put it there on purpose. So we love it. We think it's really great that we really can offer as a place where business and community can work together so that our community can thrive. So for the last 17 years, we have been involved in working with local economic prosperity, supporting and promoting businesses, fostering strategic partnership. We are the visitor center and also active in vibrant communities. That's kind of our mission. It is our mission. We also locally stand as the Kenmore Business Alliance, which is kind of our signature connection to Kenmore. It's kind of how we grew into being the chamber. It's a great way to work together. And the leader of the Kenmore Business Alliance is now, oh, look at that, Steve Holmes. Steve Holmes has joined us, and after several years of service from Carl Michaelman. And I'm going to pass it to Brittany to give you your highlights. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Carmen, and good evening, everyone. Wonderful to see you all. I'm going to talk briefly about 2021. It was an odd year, but I am thankful to say a lot of wonderful community collaboration did occur. So as Carmen mentioned, developing an active and vibrant community is what our chamber is all about. And it certainly goes hand in hand with what the city of Kenmore is all about. So part of being an active and vibrant community is doing events. So throughout this pandemic, we have been able to produce both all in-person, virtual, and hybrid events. And so between our noontime networkings, our Kenmore Business Alliance meetings, after our socials, we had a state of the city of Kenmore, state of the city of Bothell. All in all, we were able to produce over 100 events. So it was a tremendously active, although slightly different than usual year. And we are so thankful for everyone who participated in those events. There's of course a bit of Zoom fatigue out there. We're excited to be bringing back in-person events, but excited to be able to offer hybrid events as well. So a couple photos from some of our events that we had, that brief moment last summer where we all kind of high-fived each other and thought we had made it through the pandemic. And then we were back to offering many of our events virtually and our hybrid event. It is really an honor to be able to provide a hybrid opportunity for both in-person and virtual participation, and really are grateful for City Manager Rob Carlinzi's updates at each of our monthly general meetings. Our members look forward to that. They want to hear what's going on in Kenmore, and we're really grateful that we can count on Rob for those presentations each month, in addition to all of his active participation alongside Nancy Ousley with our Kenmore Business Alliance. So community events were also incredibly important, thanks to everyone, many of whom are here today, who participated in our virtual candidate forum event. So our chamber is committed to making sure people are informed when they go to vote for their local leaders. And so we had a virtual forum in the last year, and really want to thank everyone who showed up for that and participated and supported that event. We also had the pleasure of producing our second annual Flyaway 5K event. This is a partnership between our chamber and the city of Kenmore. And that was a super successful, fun event, despite all the challenges in its place. It was a bit of a hybrid event. We had a kickoff event at the Kenmore Community Club, and then encouraged our community members to run, walk, or stroll, or skip anywhere they wanted. So we promoted a lot of the local parks and our roadways and walkways and trails, and people got to explore the neighborhoods throughout the community. So thank you to the city of Kenmore for supporting that event. We also produced 2 wine, beer, and spirits walks that were hosted in downtown Bothell, and the community was incredibly excited to come back out and meet each other again and celebrate. We love that we get to showcase our local breweries and wineries. Of course, Karen Brewing from Kenmore is here, Jen Boyd. We love having them at all of our events. We also had the pleasure of participating in the anniversary celebration for Kenmore Air. What a fabulous celebration, and what a wonderful pillar organization to have in our community. We are so grateful for all of Kenmore Air's support that they provide the chamber and our whole community. We also produced the first UTSAF Diwali in downtown Bothell, and we know that our community is diverse, and we are looking for events that reflect that diversity. So it was a really fun to be able to produce this event in partnership with UTSAF, and want to thank our Cultural Development Committee. This is a committee we started years ago, and again, knowing that our community is diverse, we want to make sure that our businesses know how to serve this diverse population. So this committee is focused on making sure businesses have the tools to do great marketing and outreach, and also helping the chamber, making sure that our offerings are reflective of the community that we serve. Opening a business is super duper hard. Anytime opening during a pandemic is incredibly difficult, but we had a lot of businesses that did it. We had some virtual grand openings, some in person, and some all different varieties of grand openings. So we also had a couple businesses who, of course, the North Shore Senior Center redid their coffee bar. This is in collaboration with another local small business, First and Main Design Market. So it was really a pleasure to be able to celebrate all of the businesses who took the leap to open despite all the challenges throughout the community. Business support programs were incredibly important throughout this pandemic, and want to reiterate, that we are partnering with a lot of local organizations. One of those local organizations is One Eastside Spark, and this is spearheaded by One Redmond and is a collaboration among all the chambers on the East Side. And in their recent One Eastside Economic Outlook event, they highlighted, which really reflects what are the challenges that we are hearing throughout the community, including Bothell and Kenmore, that there is some funding shortages for operations and rent. Staffing and labor challenges continue to be a huge challenge for our business community. I know these are all things you've heard before: inventory and supply chain issues, retaining and rebuilding a customer base. Our customers are looking for different things now. Our businesses are having to find a way to offer things a little differently than they have in the past. So one thing I want to mention is just gratitude towards the city of Kenmore for the steps that you have taken to support the community, especially the business community throughout this pandemic. I know having some of those emergency funds available, we did get a call just a couple weeks back of a business who was struggling to stay open, referred them over to Nancy Owsley and the team in the city of Kenmore, and thrilled that the city has been able to step up and support those businesses. Some industries are bouncing back and are doing really well. Some industries it's lagging a little bit further, and they do need a little further assistance. And also want to thank whoever came up with the shopping tool to get feedback from the community on how to spend ARPA funds. Huge props for that. I have been spreading the word about that tool. There's a little bit of survey fatigue out there, and to be able to do it as a shopping tool was incredibly creative, and our members really appreciated being able to do it like that. So in addition to all of those things, we want to thank the city of Kenmore for PPE supplies. That has been super important throughout the last 2 years, and with the support of the city of Kenmore and our other collaborators, we've been able to distribute 725 PPE kits directly to our business community. So a lot of support has been going to local residents, which is fabulous. We want to make sure the businesses have the tools to keep their staff safe as well. So staffing and labor shortages, this certainly is not going to fix the problem, but we did launch a job postings page on our website. We are trying to help and assist the businesses in finding the teams that they need and retaining their staff as well. Part of our retention efforts is that this last year, just a couple months back, we partnered with Business Health Trust, And that allows our small businesses to collaborate and band together to get group rate health insurance. So we are new to this program. We're just about 4 months in, and we are hoping that this is a tremendous tool to get the rates. It certainly probably still isn't low enough, but if we can do anything we can to help our small businesses offer and retain their staff by offering health insurance, we want to be part of that. We've also been doing creative business promotion. So that included our last year, we did an Eastside Restaurant Week to try to support our local restaurants. I know our restaurants have had so many challenges to navigate throughout the last couple of years, and any creative promotions we can get, whether it is takeout or inside dining, outdoor dining, purchasing merchandise, we want to find creative ways to get our community supporting those businesses. We also highlighted different industries beyond our restaurants, our sports and fitness, personal services. We tried to find any creative outlet we could to get people to shop local. There was a lot of online shopping happening, but we wanted to make sure people were supporting local as well. While people were less apt to get out and about, we did our program called the Out and About videos with our ambassadors. So these were all volunteers who went out to local businesses, and we videotaped and posted online get to know you videos, because we think we have fabulous small business owners. And while people were not able to get out and about as much, we brought them to you through your phone or your mobile devices or your computer. So thankful for all of our ambassadors who volunteered for that program. It is ongoing. We also did our second Window Wonderland storefront tour and competition for decorating, just a small way to bring a little joy to the community, complementary to the efforts of the regional cities who had the decorations for residential homes. We did our program for local businesses. So we did some voting online, lots of businesses throughout Bothell, Kenmore, and the surrounding areas decorated, and it was just a fun opportunity to showcase some of our local businesses. Ultimately, the winner was Zulu's Board Game Cafe in downtown Bothell. If you've not checked them out, they have actually tripled in size over the last couple of years. They are growing by leaps and bounds, and they are a fabulous organization, good food, everything. It's not just Pokemon or D&D. It is also checkers and things that are a little more well-known to some communities. So with that, I just want to thank you all for investing in our mission to develop an active and vibrant community. We are so grateful for your partnership. I have often said this before, but sometimes when businesses or residents come up with a new idea or ways to improve things, there's a million reasons to say no. But the city of Kenmore is a city who says yes. You find ways to accommodate diverse groups of people, and you have a city manager who will not only find a way to say yes, but he will be the one hanging the banner once the event or activity or whatever it is comes together. So we want to thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your active involvement in our chamber. And please just know that we are a resource for you. We want to collaborate with you now and into the future. And thank you for having us here today.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have any questions for our presenters? No, I just want to thank you for everything you do for Kenmore. I know we really appreciate it. Really adds to the vibrancy of the city to have the chamber as a partner. So thank you for everything that you do. And thank you for coming to our meeting tonight.
Thank you very much.
Have a great night. Next on the agenda says proclamation, but that has been removed, and we'll be doing that in a couple of weeks. Public comments. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. Please use the raise hand feature now if you wish to speak. Guests must address the comments to the mayor and the city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comment to the allotted time. We will not split your time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. Screen sharing is not allowed. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects on which the council will make future decisions, as those are quasi-judicial matters, and council members must limit their communications about such matters. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Herbig. Let's see here. Again, making a gentle reminder, if you do want to speak, please raise your hand now. We do have 3 residents or guests that'd like to speak. We'll take them in this order: Patrick O'Brien, David Morton, Elizabeth Mooney. Let's start with Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, can you hear us?
Yes, I wish
Okay.
you wouldn't. I wish you wouldn't have started for me, because it's always fun to comment after you heard what everybody else has to say. I would like to talk about the lack of process that I've witnessed. The tent city that's going to go in down the street, as I commented before, there is no written document showing that they notified the residents within 1,000 feet of the tent city. There was no follow-up. I'd like to see a copy of what they supposedly sent out and shared, a list of the people they talked to, and why the department heads felt like it was necessary to okay a project when it absolutely did not go through the proper process. You have to do it by the book. And we have a history here in Kenmore of not doing it by the book. And this is yet another case. And it's very frustrating for the neighbors to get a yellow paper from a concerned citizen saying, you know, were you notified of the 1,000 foot notification? And the answer is no. And it only came about because there was a concerned citizen, and that was not me. I'm very nervous about Main Street and their influence with our city planners. It seems like they don't have any other developers that they feel comfortable working with. And we see time after time, Home Street, and even the 60,000 square foot building right across the street from City Hall was supposed to be business space. And of course, that's high-end condo, because Main Street or somebody in the city could not get the marketing done. We need to look outside of Main Street for other solutions. And this Ben Holt acquisition is yet another case of that. And so why are we locked in with Main Street? It is not quality product. It is not, I don't think it's what the citizens of Kenmore want. And I really want to encourage all of you on the staff, on the city council, to interrogate staff on some of these really outlandish decisions they make. And we can go back to the maintenance facility. I just pulled up the thing where the owner of the fire station had been asked if he was willing to sell, and he was, and staff lied to Nigel. So time after time, staff misinforms you, and nobody is taking action to hold them accountable. And you got to hold their boss accountable. That's where you start. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Morton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, council members. I'm David Morton. I live near Redmond. PSCAA's current proposed draft order of approval of Cadman's notice of construction at their asphalt plant in Kenmore should be approved. The order of approval tells Cadman not to use cutback asphalt to make their hot mix asphalt paving mixes. The notice of construction is required because of the replacement of and changes to equipment done from 2006 to 2017. This work required permitting review. Because condensers were replaced on the 25,000 gallon and the 10,000 gallon asphaltic cement or asphalt binder storage tanks, the contents of the storage tanks came into review. In other words, PSCAA wants to know what these tanks are filled with. The order of approval comes with 30 restrictions and conditions. It helps to know that the phrases hot oil, asphaltic cement, and asphalt are just different names used for the black binding material or binder that glues the aggregate together to make asphalt paving mix. Condition number 20 says the 2 hot oil or asphaltic cement tanks shall not be used to store asphalt that has been blended with more than 7% petroleum distillates by weight. Records shall be kept of the dates any materials are that are loaded The dates any materials are loaded in the tanks, the amount loaded, and the type of material loaded. An asphalt that has been blended with more than 7% petroleum distillates by weight is how PSCAA defines cutback asphalt. Typical petroleum distillates used to make cutback asphalt are gasoline, kerosene, jet fuel, and diesel fuel. In other words, condition number 20 says, don't store cutback asphalt in your asphalt cement or binder storage tanks. Petroleum refineries and suppliers that truck petroleum products to the Cadman asphalt plant in Kenmore will be on notice that it's a violation of PSCAA restrictions and conditions to load cutback asphalt into Cadman's asphalt cement tanks in Kenmore. If the plant has been using cutback asphalt containing 35% kerosene, then requiring a maximum of 7% kerosene in the binder will reduce Cadman's VOC and PAH emissions by 80%. This is a big step in the right direction. People who are downwind of Cadman's Kenmore asphalt plant will be subjected to 1/5 of the asphalt fumes that were emitted by the plant before the order of approval takes effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Elizabeth Mooney.
Hello, Council. Hello, Anastasia.
Hello.
Elizabeth Mooney. I'm a resident of Kenmore, and I want to thank Patrick O'Brien and David Morton for their comments. I know Patrick O'Brien is one of the people that sucks in the emissions from the Cadman plant, along with some of my other friends. And I'm here tonight to say that while I really appreciate all the work that David Morton has put into analyzing our problem in Kenmore, and that the retroactive permit may make it 1/5 better, my question to our council and staff is that really what Kenmore is all about, having a grandfathered Cadman asphalt plant on our shoreline of Lake Washington? It's not my vision. But as most of you are aware, and not everybody in our community is not aware, but the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency has released a draft permit for the Cadman plant on our waterfront. This has been a very long process for all of us, and you are certainly aware of citizens' concerns regarding the potential health risks that this facility may pose. As part of the permitting process, there is to be a public meeting by the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency on April 18th at 4 p.m. by Zoom. Many of the conditions included in this permit are quite complex and technical. Fellow citizens I have contacted are uncertain that the permit's standards are sufficient to guarantee our safety, our health. To that end, I would request that the city immediately instruct, without any more delay, the Cascadia Law Group, whom we paid $100,000 to, thanks to citizens' requests, to test the emissions in 2020. So I am requesting that the city instruct the Cascadia Law Group to provide a public meeting to explain the conditions of the permit and how these ensure that the operation of the plant will not affect public health or environmental health. A short presentation by Cascadia would go far to provide transparency and public confidence. Additionally, I would ask that the meeting on April 18th be offered in person at the City Hall now that mask mandates are changing, and perhaps invite our governor, who did not help us out with hazardous air conditions, so that citizens have an opportunity to speak in person to Puget Sound Clean Air Agency representatives. Could the city also advertise the hearing, use sandwich boards, websites to alert all citizens that their opportunity to comment could be local, where we breathe the old facilities emissions? Isn't that a much more just system than disconnecting our people via Zoom from the agency that allowed a violation to go unenforced for years? Thank you. Please do something to get us connected to the Cascadia folks that analyze this on behalf of the city's best interests, but not the citizens.
Thank you, Ms. Mooney. We have two additional guests, Janet and Stacy V. Janet, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, Janet.
My name is Janet Hayes, and I'm a resident of Kenmore. and have been for years. I am making a comment regarding the permit that Elizabeth Mooney was just talking about. When we first became involved with Cascadia, we had meetings with Rob Carlincy, Brian Hampson. We were told about how important it would be if we helped Cascadia with documents, with a SEPA review from the cement company for their property. The asphalt company rents it. So we had much conversation being that we would be a part of Cascadia and a part of making a change. The least we can do, because we relied on that information and were led to believe that we would be able to participate in whatever Cascadia found out. We were at those meetings because we're desperate to find help. So I am hoping that Elizabeth's request and mine, and I'm speaking for those that didn't realize or don't know that this has come around, and time to make a comment, that we have that hearing and our questions answered by Cascadia. We were just as much involved trying to gather our own information and answers, which didn't happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet.
Yes.
Stacy V.
Hi, Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I concur with the speakers before me. Thank you for listening to Kenmore residents' concerns. Kenmore residents have been pleading for action and filing odor complaints for over 15 years. Currently, with the cement strike, Kenmore residents are reporting less ash and better air quality. We are hopeful that the air quality and public health will improve with PSCAA's update of the Carmen asphalt permit to limit the petroleum content percentage in the binder being used in processing. I would and will be offering a few suggested amendments. Number 27, the area should extend from 62nd all the way to 68th Avenue and up to 202nd Street for the odor testing. Number 25, request that PSCAA inspector is doing the nose odor test, not an employee or operator or owner that is used to the smell and has become accustomed to the scent of asphalt. I would also be requesting that they add that they must shut down emissions on burn ban days. It continues to be challenging to our residents to navigate through all these processes to improve the ambient air, the environmental protections, and our ecosystems in Kenmore. I applaud the City Council for adopting the moratorium ordinance 220543, requiring 25% affordable housing units in any new development in the TOD overlay area. However, it is only effective if it is enforced. Please uphold developers to provide the minimum 25% affordable units in the TOD area. It is so important. We have such high needs already, and the pandemic, loss of jobs, businesses, rental homes going up for sale is only making things worse. The income level discount fee schedule is needed and appreciated that is being presented tonight. I do think those with lower incomes do need the most help. Also, the affordable housing. These are important things and are much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. Mayor Herbig, I see no additional hands raised.
Okay, thank you very much. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second on the consent agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The consent agenda stands approved. Business agenda, item A, adopt ordinance number 22-0544 related to providing fee discount options for lower income homeowners, amending section 20.05.050 of the Kenmore Municipal Code, presented by Permit Coordinator Tila Gardner and Development Services Director Brian Hampson.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Thank you for listening to my presentation today, and happy Pie Day. I will try not to make any pie jokes, but no promises, because this is all about discounts and percentages. So the plan tonight is to just go through the agenda bill that's in your packet. I don't have a separate presentation. And then Brian Hampson and I will be available for any questions you may have. So for a little background on sort of where this came from, at the October 11th, 2021 council meeting, while we were discussing the 2022 fee schedule, the discussion kind of came up about the cost of a temporary mobile home for hardship. And then with that segued into council directing staff to look into having a mechanism for reducing permit fees. So tonight, that's what I bring forward to you. The goal of this program would be to make the home update process more accessible and to lower barriers for safe living conditions. So for a little background on the fee rates overall, in 2016, we hired the FCS group to study our rates, and based on our time spent, suggested for the 2018 fee schedule, 90% cost recovery for building services and 80% cost recovery for planning or land use. In this, our attorneys researched this discount and determined that there's no minimum requirement for cost recovery, and that this discount would not be considered a gift of public funds, as the homeowner would need to demonstrate that there is a need for these discounted fees. So the code amendment attached to the ordinance proposes some additional language to just expand and give staff some flexibility to waive a portion of the development review fees. So if you're looking at that on page 2 of attachment 1, overall, the permits that we sort of were focusing on are for single family additions or alterations, as well as manufactured homes additions or alterations, sort of focused on repair or maintenance of the structure, which could include accessibility or safety concerns, as well as temporary mobile home permits like we discussed, plumbing and mechanical, as well as one land use application, the Shoreline Substantial Development Permit Exemption. So our proposal is to allow a 70% discount on permit fees for homes or households that meet the 80% median income or less. Based on a discussion with Arch, that really is where the need is. And this would potentially reduce our cost recovery to about 27%. To demonstrate eligibility for this program, a homeowner would need to attest to having a certain income level or provide an approved free meal application from North Shore School District through a form that Development Services would provide. The homeowner would also need to attest to living in the, residing in the property 6 months out of the year, and that their homeowner's insurance would not be responsible for the permit cost. Staff would review this application for the most recent Arch income limit table, which is attachment 2 of the packet. And then there's some consideration was given to at what point in the process would the applicant submit that, either before they pay any fees, or if it's an over-the-counter permit, then they would need to request a refund to follow. So I pulled together 2 different scenarios. So the first, and just a note about those. So the starred total includes the 5% technology fee and Washington state surcharge that would not be discounted. So for the first scenario, looking sort of at some real life permits that were submitted. In this situation, a homeowner wanted to remove their wood burning fireplace and chimney due to a weather event and subsequent tree damage that was not covered by insurance. So the estimated project cost for that was $10,000. And a little note about project valuation, it means the fair market value of labor and materials. So for the standard permit cost for a $10,000 project cost permit, the permit cost would be $371.65. With the proposed 70% discount, the total permit cost would go down to $116.04 for a total discount of $255.61. In scenario 2, this is a new entry ramp and front porch on a manufactured home near the slough. Because of its location, they need to apply for some sort of shoreline application. And in this case, an exemption was possible because the entry porches were relatively small. The total project cost was only $3,000. You can see the line items in these scenarios change a bit. In the scenario 2 standard permit cost, you can see the building permit and plan review line items just like the first, but there's also the cost for shoreline exemption and then the site plan review since it is an exterior alteration. So the total cost with the regular 2020 fee schedule, 2022, is $1,255.39. And then with the discount, that would change to $381.17 for a total discount of $874.22. So we did some research to some surrounding cities, which are jurisdictions, which are in attachment 3 of the packet. It looks like Pierce County and Puyallup maybe are sort of focused on providing discounts for like maybe a Habitat for Humanity type structure. They have some specific criteria that it would involve volunteer labor, but in all of these categories, it would be intended for low income residents. So the city of Auburn, they basically just have a little line item in their fee schedule that allows for a director to reduce the permit fees. In terms of fiscal considerations for this program, like I mentioned, this would have reduced the cost recovery on individual permits to about 27%. It's hard to know exactly how this would have been used. Assuming 5 homeowners a year requested it for 5 years, the city would absorb approximately $6,400. My plan would be to just sort of track the overall revenue impacts and can provide you with an update at a later date, potentially in the fall when I bring forward the 2023 fee schedule. So were there any questions?
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, this is great, Tila, and I appreciate you bringing this forward. I did have a couple things. One is a question about do we know how many households, single family households actually, or manufactured, actually have income at 80% AMI or below? I would venture to say it's probably not that many. We're an expensive city. You know, I mean, I think it's great we're doing for that. I think it's a pretty narrow window. And I guess I would propose, so that's a question. I would propose that we don't worry about the 70% or 90%, just waive it. I think other jurisdictions just simply waive it. And I think that's a lot easier to administer. It's easier to understand. It's trivial difference. And then the second proposal that I have is that we do so when the permit fee is a non-trivial amount of the whole project. So in your scenario 1, For example, you have a $10,000 project that presumably the homeowner is paying for the vast majority of that, and yet we're waiving this, minuscule amount of permitting. I mean, it kind of seems like, well, why would we do that? Compared to like the second example where the permitting fee is, I think it was something like a third. I mean, it was quite substantial as a part of the work. And so that could really, in other words, that would really make a difference. It seems like we would want to waive it where it makes a difference. And I don't have a, maybe something like it's more than at least 10% or something. There's some non-trivial amount that the permit fee would represent of the total project. So it would actually make a difference. And in that case, I would just waive it altogether. So those are my thoughts. I also like the idea of waiving fees for things like climate change related changes or changes that would help a person stay in their whole house if they're becoming disabled in older age, or making potentially a duplex into their house, serving our missing middle aims, things like that we haven't yet explored. That could be a totally different project. Totally understand that. But those are things I think we should at some point talk about as well.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. Similarly, I also support a full waiver at the 78% level. It makes sense. It's nice and clean and clear. One of the things that I have concerns about are not a full consideration of adult, blind, disabled, aged community that we could better include in this work. So that being said, if there's, like an ADA issue or an issue related to older age and continuing to reside in one's home, I would support a waiver, even a full waiver at that, due to the ADA issues. One of the issues you brought up was proof of low income eligibility. And to quote you, you said, proof of free or reduced lunch program with North Shore School District. It's a misnomer to think that all of our students in our community attend North Shore. Some attend other schools. And for that further fact that there is an alternative pathway for providing the same information. Usually a letter is provided through DSHS for families showing that they do qualify for free or reduced lunch programming. And also for our senior community who qualify for food assistance, those would be categories to include in your recommendations. So that being said, I really appreciate the work. This is very thoughtful and considerate. I like that we're being more mindful and positive connectivity with our community on solution building. And I applaud you for bringing this before us today.
Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you. Tila and Brian, thank you so much for your work on this. I agreed with everything Councilmember Shrebnick mentioned and suggested. I love the idea of expanding this type of program and incentivizing the type of maybe renovations or improvements that we want to see, like the environmentally friendly, changes in homes. I was wondering, how did you land on the 27%? It's like so specific, that number. And then also, can you remind me, is the 90% cost recovery the cap dictated by state law?
I'm kind of new to this whole format. I don't know if you guys ask all your questions first and then I answer, or if now would be a good time. We have a pretty good list going, so I can definitely get started.
Yeah, why don't we answer as we go? Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So actually, I don't know what's the best way to go. Maybe just back up. So for the 27% cost recovery, I found that by first looking at what the permit cost would be, assuming that it's a 100% cost recovery, and then with the discount calculating eventually what it pencils out to be. So it wasn't that I started with 27%, it was that I started more with the discount. In terms of, well, I'll just kind of go in the order however I want. In terms of expanding sort of the reasons that we would allow for discounts, I think that the disability information is in the code language. We just said single family alterations that could include accessibility. So I think that if someone basically made a case that they needed this for their residents, or even for their not for themselves but for their family members, that sort of thing, I don't think it would limit that at all. I think for missing middle housing, I think that one would maybe be a good one to revisit later once that language and system is sort of in place. Just overall with this proposal is I don't want it to feel like this is what we're proposing and that'll be it forever. I think there'll be plenty of time to revisit this, maybe even sort of on like a yearly basis at our fee schedule updates. I can give you an update on how it's being used, and then maybe we can look at if we have new ideas for where the need is. And I think that maybe Brian, if you can weigh in on expanding sort of to environmental factors. I mean, when I hear that, I think of voluntary energy code upgrades. I'm not sure if there would be other reasons, probably like if someone needed to raise their foundation or do foundation repair, I think that would fall under the sort of the maintenance repair section. But can you think of anything else, Brian?
To me, this would really make sense to look at when we look at the climate action plan as possible other incentives or other things that might fall into that area. The question Councilmember Kugler had about the cap on the cost recovery system, there isn't a cap. You could go up to 100% cost recovery, and you could go down to 0% cost recovery. It's really just all policy set by the council. The reason that there's a difference between building permits or construction permits and a land use permit is that there's essentially public benefit to land use permits. And so while the public is actually receiving somewhat of a benefit from the land use decisions and applications that we're receiving, it makes sense to lower that cost recovery. Whereas, it's hard to say that the public will actually benefit from, somebody's single family house being constructed on that nature.
And then I don't know, Brian, if you wanted to weigh in on if you had any idea of how many households this could potentially affect, like by income or ownership. Okay.
I don't have that information. I think the best way we could track this, as you mentioned, on an annual basis and bring those numbers back to the council when we update our fee schedules. And then at that point, if you do see any opportunity to make any adjustments, we can have those discussions. And also we could keep you up to date. If there is a substantial amount of requests that are coming in, we could let you know, maybe through the weekly update or other avenues that we have in place. So you're not just hearing about it once a year.
Mm-hmm. And then I think what Councilmember File was saying was that there may be other proof or other sort of programs that folks could show that they're part of, and I think that's a great idea. I don't think we need to limit it to just North Shore school districts. It's sort of more on the procedural side, so I'll definitely make a note of those and add them to our list. And then I did hear some sort of opinions that a full waiver would be maybe something the council would want to entertain. So I'm not sure how everyone feels about that. It's sort of a double-edged sword, not knowing exactly how many households this would affect. I was thinking maybe from your perspective, if we open the floodgates, you know, like I don't know if there would be a ton of folks that would take advantage of this program, and the city would be absorbing a lot more cost that way. So, but yeah, if you wanted to talk about that, yeah, let me know if you have any more questions about it.
Yeah, I think I would like, and this might be to the side of what we're discussing right now, but I think on the subject of like environmental mitigation, you know, I'd like to see us take a look in the climate action plan of lowering lowering our fees around things like solar installations, windmills, you know, maybe even electric vehicle stations, you know, the electrical improvements, that sort of thing. I'm probably missing a lot of things that people do to kind of green up their energy use. But I'd like us to take a look at that when we get to the climate action plan. Councilmember File.
Thank you. Ms. Gardner, I did mention the possibility of, you know, considering what we would do if we should open the floodgates. I like the idea of maybe a pilot program period. You know, we could try a 6-month period of what that would look like if we did full waivers. And I absolutely support the green kind of initiatives around this programming as well. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'm not sure if we've given good direction to staff so far. What questions are outstanding for you, Ms. Gardner?
I guess just overall as a council, where you fall on the full waiver. I think that having this be a pilot program definitely would maybe take some of the hesitancy away about that. You know, typically I provide updates to the fee schedules in October, so that would be wouldn't be quite 6 months, but would be, you know, a good amount of time to sort of message it and then see what our residents would need. You know, maybe alternatively, if folks were still a little bit hesitant, we could say, you know, a certain maximum amount of funds spent on that, or you know, doing a sort of a sliding scale thing between 70 and 100%. Just whatever council decides.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, thanks. That actually just raised a question for me. So are you saying that if we pass something tonight, it won't take effect until October, or that it would take effect now?
No, it would, yeah, it would be technically, I think the code language would be in effect 5 days from now, and then that would be enough time to just sort of pilot it out and see if folks are using the program. And yeah, so it would be in effect basically next week.
As
or at the end of this week.
Some sort of rush to, you know, remodel or something. I don't know if knowing that it's a pilot, but I don't know. I don't think it's that much money. I'm fine with a full waiver, but I'm interested in what other people have to say.
Councilmember File.
I would support a full waiver with a 6-month trial period.
Councilmember Marshall.
I like the idea of a full waiver, but I would like to have more information on how many households it affects. And I do like the cautionary approach of a trial period, but I don't know if I'm ready for it without the information.
Councilmember Kugler.
You mentioned a sliding scale. Do you have an idea of how that might work off the top of your head, or is that something you would want to work on and then bring back to council?
My idea for it was sort of a pay what you can scenario where we could give up to 100% and then see where homeowners would sort of place themselves. When I had initially started doing the research for this program, I looked at different levels, but that seemed a little complicated, especially when it came to figuring out cost recovery and that sort of thing. So, I mean, if you're comfortable with the 100% waiver, I think the scenario 2 sort of is a good example of what would potentially be sort of the larger permit cost, like on average that we would see. So I mean, that was sort of what I was thinking in terms of a sliding scale, just let the homeowner kind of let us know, and maybe everyone would pick 100, or, you know, some folks may say, okay, well, you know, I can pay this much, or that sort of thing.
Can I have a follow-up comment then? Thank you. I feel like a year's worth of data might be better than 6 months, partially because I find that like a lot of people's furnaces break in the winter, for example, that wouldn't in the summer. And so sometimes repairs can be like seasonal, and the, you know, cost of repairs can also be up in summer. So if we are not sure how many homes this could affect and we want to take it more conservatively, then I'm okay with what staff has proposed. I love the idea of waiving it 100%, but if we want to give it a trial period, I would prefer a year's worth of data versus 6 months.
What I heard from Councilmember Marshall was that he was hoping for a little bit more data on, you know, the number of households at 80% or under might be might be interested or fall under this. Is that correct? Do you think that you could get us some information around, you know, percentage of homeowners at or below 80%, so we have an idea of what the population looks like?
Yeah, we could get that information for you.
Okay. I'm hearing consensus around a pilot period of some amount of time. And I think I'm hearing consensus around waiving the fee. So why don't we have staff come back to us with the information Councilmember Marshall asked for, along with an ordinance that does those things, and then we can have a further discussion at a future meeting. Does that work for everybody? I'm not seeing any. Okay, sounds good. Does that work for you, Ms. Gardner?
Yeah, let me just make sure I'm clear. Ordinance and then percentage of homeowners at or below 80% AMI per ARCH standards.
And we may end up amending the ordinance once it gets to us, but I think that gives us a starting point.
And like number of households, sorry.
And preferably owner-occupied households.
Okay, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, Americans with Disabilities Act ADA Transition Plan, presented by City Engineer John Vicente for discussion. Mr. Vicente.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Give me a second to put my presentation up to make sure I grab the right one. Okay. Ooh, there we go. Okay. So tonight I shall be talking with you about the ADA transition plan, kind of where we're sitting and what we've done to date. Tonight's goal is to review the actual assessment, the findings that we've had from our inventory, and to review the prioritization criteria that we established for the proposed plan. There's no action tonight, just looking on comments and the prioritization criteria. And there's a lot of information I need to share tonight, so I'm going to go through it as quickly as I can. So if I'm going too fast, just holler, but I'm hoping to get through this in short order. So the background, this began with the Civil Rights Act in 1964, which prohibited discrimination. In 1963, disabilities were added to that act. And within that, in 1990, an actual requirement was placed for meeting the Disabilities Act. So you have Title I, which covers employment, Title II, which covers local and state governments, programs and services, Title III, which covers public accommodation and services for private properties. And then Title VI, which, sorry, that's supposed to be Title IV. Yeah, Title IV, which covers telecommunications. I got my numbers backwards. And Title V, which is miscellaneous provisions. The public right-of-way accessibility guidelines were first created in 2005 by the U.S. Access Board and were later updated in 2011. We adopted those as part of our 2021 road standards last November. So for this particular effort, we're focusing on the ADA Title II, which is local and state government programs and services, which covers the public right-of-way, public parks, public government buildings, and public sponsored events, recreational groups, and community gatherings. This particular portion, the ADA transition plan, is focusing on the public right-of-way only. Eventually, we will have to address the other elements, but tonight and for this plan, we're just looking at the public right-of-way. So the plan requires us to inventory all of our facilities. That includes curb ramps, pedestrian push buttons, sidewalks, marked parking, and crosswalks. We need to identify all of the physical barriers within those facilities. We need to detail a method for obtaining accessibility. We need to provide a schedule for achieving accessibility. We need to identify the official responsible for implementation, which is called the ADA coordinator. And we need to develop a grievance policy for those that don't agree with our plan. So first, we've got curb ramps. When you're looking at curb ramps, you have to look at the running slope, which is for the landing and the ramp itself. You have to look at the cross slope for both the landing and the cross slope. You have to look at the width of your ramp. You have to look at your gutter slope, your counter slope, your flare slopes. You have to look at your detectable warning surface and how it's positioned. You need to look whether or not you've got horizontal openings that are too wide or vertical obstructions that are too high. You also need to look at surface roughness and stability. And you also need to look at orientation as it relates to a marked crosswalk. All in all, we've got 14 parameters that we need to look at for curb ramps. This is where we, in the north end of Kenmore, this is where we have curb ramps currently. These are the ones that are non-compliant. And this is the south end of the city. And these are where we have current curb ramps. And these are the ones that are non-compliant. So when we look at curb ramps, we're looking at both existing curb ramps and how they comply. And we're also looking at where curb ramps should be, but currently are not. Currently, we have 944 existing curb ramps. We have 243 locations where curb ramps are missing, which is a total of 1,187 total locations that need to have accessibility. 802 of the 1,187 are significantly non-compliant, meaning there's multiple problems with these locations. We have 346 which have minor non-compliance. There might be one or two things wrong, which leaves us with 97% of our curb ramps being non-compliant. Next, we look at sidewalks. So we have to look at the running slope of the sidewalk, the cross slope, the width of the sidewalk. We have to determine whether there are any horizontal openings that are too wide, any vertical obstructions that are too high. We have to look at surface roughness so that there's no slippage. And we also look at other obstructions like a pole or a mailbox that might be in the middle of the sidewalk blocking it, narrowing the access. All in all, we've got 7 parameters that we need to look at with sidewalks. This is where we have sidewalks on the north side of the city. This is where we have issues, non-complying issues within the sidewalk network. This is where we have sidewalk on the south side, and this is where we have compliance issues on the south side. So we've got about 45 miles of sidewalk within the city. About 16.8 mile segments are compliant, and about 0.05 mile segments are significantly non-compliant, and about 28.15 mile segments have minor non-compliance. So that looks about 60% non-compliance with our sidewalks. Next, we look at crosswalks. We have to look at, and again, I should emphasize, this is marked crosswalks only. So we have to look at the running slope of the crosswalk, the cross slope of the crosswalk, the width. We have to verify whether there's any horizontal openings, like maybe a catch basin or a utility vault that might be in there. We have to look at vertical obstructions, whether it's uneven pavement or a vault that's too high or too low. And then we have to look at surface roughness if there's any raveling in the pavement that makes it relatively unstable. All in all, we've got 6 parameters that we need to measure with crosswalks. This is where we currently have crosswalks within the city. These are the ones that are non-compliant. On the south end of the city, this is where we have crosswalks, and this is where we have non-compliant crosswalks. So we've got 120 marked crosswalks within the city, and that's not intersections, that's single crossings. 57 of them are non-compliant, which leaves us with 48% non-compliant crossings. Now looking at push buttons, we have to look at the height of the push button. We have to look at the reach. You'll see that the push button is a little bit further back from that curb. That's the reach that we're talking about. We have to look at the we have to have a turning space, so we have to have a relatively flat area. The push button has to be in a specific orientation for the crossing. We also have to have the push button in a specific location. The preference is to have the crosswalk or the push buttons on the outside of the curb ramp, as shown here by the little dots. And where the crosswalk push buttons are at, we have to measure from the edge of curb, the spacing between 2 companion ramp or push buttons, and how far the push button is from the edge of the crosswalk. We also have to look at the type of push button. So the standard push button is, as you see here with the writings indicated on top. There has to be a tactile button, and there needs to be audio sounds. So if the push buttons are 10 feet or further apart, then you have a basic weight and locator tone. And then you have the walk tone, which is the first one's just a slow beep, and then the next one is just a longer beeping tone, like that. And then if the push buttons are closer than 10 feet, then you need to add verbal language. So the locator tone stays the same. You've got the standard wait sound. And then you have the standard
Lincoln
walk.
Avenue. Walk sign is on to cross Lincoln Avenue.
So overall, you've got 15 parameters you need to measure with your push buttons. This is where we have push buttons on the north end of the city, and these are the ones that are non-compliant. And this is where we have push buttons on the south side, and these are the ones that are non-compliant. So with the push buttons, we've got 129 push buttons. 6 push buttons are compliant. 33 are currently being upgraded with our current capital projects. This is a non-compliant button, which is why we have so many out of compliance, because it's an older style. And these are the ones that are compliant. So we've got 70% non-compliance. Next up is the marked parking. So first thing we have to look as location. The parking has to be in the public right-of-way to be considered in the inventory. The number of marked stalls in a block radius need to be counted. There has to be a curb ramp associated with the ADA parking. There needs to be an access aisle that has to be a specific width. There needs to be signage. And then depending on how many stalls you have, you need to have a van accessible stall. Overall, you've got 6 parameters that need to be measured. So this is where we currently have marked parking on the north side. And this is where we currently have marked parking on the south side there at Northeast 153rd. So we've got a total of 7 blocks of parking that we've identified. 6 of those blocks are non-compliant and 1 is compliant. This is the parking at Northeast 181st, which is non-compliant. Here's an example of marked parking on 80th Avenue. All of the parking on 80th is non-compliant. And this is an image of the parking on 153rd, which is compliant. So we've got 86% non-compliance with our parking. So public outreach. In the spring, summer of 2021, we did a city webpage. We produced an e-newsletter that went out to everybody. We did a virtual open house with a mapping tool. We created an ADA survey. We did an outreach to the blind community. We did public notice postings at the library, the senior center, and at all of our signalized intersections. In February 2022, we did another e-newsletter. We did a quarterly newsletter, and we've updated the website to provide the latest information on the ADA transition plan. In April 2022, we intend on doing an all-city mailer when we have the draft transition plan complete, and we're going to provide a 30-day public comment period for that. With the survey we did, we asked folks if they had a disability or if they supported someone with a disability, the type of accessibility barriers they experienced, how they travel in the city, and where facilities should be prioritized. We got 128 responses, and the majority, or I should say the three highest areas that they asked for prioritization were neighborhoods, transit facilities, and retail services. Now with the prioritization, we're looking at the physical parameters. So the width, the height, the reach, all of that provides us with an accessibility index score, and each facility is given 30 points maximum. We have a location score, which based off how close a facility is to a given destination is given 45 points. We combine those scores together, and a very high score means there are significant barriers and it's a high demand area. A low score means there are minor barriers and it's a low demand area. So with the physical parameters, curb ramps get 30 points. If it's compliant, it gets 0 points, meaning that there's no issues. A minor non-compliant ramp gets 1 to 15 points. It has no more than 3 or 4 issues with the curb ramp. A major non-compliant is 16 to 30 points, means that there's more than 4 issues typically that are non-compliant. With sidewalks, again, no issues is 0 points. A minor non-compliant is 1 to 15 points, and that's usually just small deviations or less than 2 large deviations from the guidelines. Or there's an obstacle in the way that's relatively easy to remove. Major non-compliant issues are 16 to 30 points, and that's if all of the physical parameters are a problem with the minor deviations, or we have a few large deviation issues, or a combination of physical parameters and obstacles. Push buttons, 30 points maximum. If it's compliant, no issues, 0 points. Minor compliance or minor non-compliance, 1 to 15 points. Usually if there's 7 or less issues, that's what we call minor. Major is 16 to 30 points, and that's more than 7 issues. With crosswalks, again, 30 points for crosswalks. If it's compliant, then it has no points. Minor compliance, 0 to 16 points, and that's 2 or fewer issues with the crosswalk. A major non-compliant, 17 to 30 points, which has 3 or more issues. So looking at location, we gave 45 points. So neighborhoods, transit, retail services, schools, parks, and traffic signals and public buildings were all rated. Everything was scored based on their proximity to these facilities. A facility that's near more than one location, the points added. So priority was, of course, given to neighborhoods, transit, and retail services. So if a sidewalk, or I'm sorry, if an ADA obstacle was closer to these areas, it got higher points than if it was close to a school, park, traffic signal, or public building. The radius that we look at is between 1/8 and 1/4 mile. So that's if the obstacle is within 1/8, 1/4 mile, it's considered within one of these destination points. So there's something called a maximum extent feasible. Sometimes it's not possible to build something to ADA. And so we are allowed to vary from that ADA, but there are very specific criteria that allows us to do that. If it's a city capital project, if what is required to bring it into ADA compliance is not part of that project, we can issue a variance. If it's not in the public's best interest, say the cost is prohibitive, or the impacts to the adjacent property owners is extreme, or there's a historical preservation issue that we want to maintain, those would be areas that we could provide maximum extent feasible. Every one that is done, we have to look at the risk assessed. Just because we do not meet the guidelines and provide a maximum extent feasible doesn't mean that we're risk-free. There's always risk for not building to the ADA. So we don't do them very often. There are very specific guidelines for doing those. So the cost estimates are based upon the 2022 cost. It does not take account into inflation. The total cost of the program to bring everything into compliance is $21.3 million. So our funding is, we either can go with grant opportunities. Typically what qualifies are things near schools, commercial areas, regional centers, safety, multimodal areas, or functional classification. Those are how certain things that make an area competitive and what's the word, qualifying for the grant. We can get legislative earmarks, or we got the CIP. Currently, we have $100,000 per year allocated in the CIP for sidewalk and ADA improvements. But if we assume just the $100,000 per year from that and $100,000 per year from overlay projects, I should remind that if we do an overlay and the curb ramp is compliant, we have to bring it up. So that's why we assume $100,000 for the overlay. So if we assume $200,000 per year contributing to ADA improvements, that's about 106.5 years to bring everything into compliance. Within the plan, there's a recommendation of allocating $600,000 per year, and that would be a 35-year transition program. The next steps would be to refine the cost estimates, which we would be doing in March, along with the project list, preparing a draft plan in April, doing the public outreach and comment period in April and May. I plan on coming back to council, presenting the draft plan in April, and I'm hoping to finalize and adopt the plan in May of 2022. So I'll take any questions that folks may have. It's a lot of info, I know.
Do we have any questions? I have a couple if nobody else is going to step up really quickly. So one, I assume that these were all ADA compliant when they were built. Is that correct?
So this is the interesting thing about ADA. The guidelines have not changed in general. What's changed is the interpretation of the guidelines. That's what's happened. So what happened in 1990, the guidelines said you've got to build everything to meet ADA. Well, what the guidelines didn't take into account was the public right-of-way. We can't just rip out all the roads and flatten everything out. You know, we're not a flat country, and so people just built to fit. So technically, they were built non-compliant back then because there was no other way to build them. And then in 2005 or 2002, somebody said, well, you know, we need guidelines for the public right-of-way. And so they began the process of creating guidelines for the public right-of-ways. And in 2005, they had the draft. They have never finalized the guidelines. They have been draft since 2005 and 2011. It's still draft. They're still draft. You know, so it's interesting. But again, from probably 2005 on, everything was built to what they thought was the guidelines, but then as interpretations change, we're kind of stuck. And if there is no documentation supporting what was done, then we have to say that it's non-compliant based off of the current guidelines.
And then as somebody who, you know, does a lot of walking around the city and who, you know, cares about trying to make our environment as safe as possible and as welcoming as possible for pedestrians, I'm not a huge fan of bag buttons in particular. those pedestrian crossing buttons on some level send the message that we're building our environment for vehicles, and that the pedestrian as the other is the one who has to say, hey, I'm here, can I cross please? Is there a potential for cost savings, do you think, if we were to get away from requiring pedestrians to, take that extra step and move away from pedestrian buttons? Or is there not a way to do that and still have it be safe for folks with, visual disability, with disabilities?
So are you talking about eliminating any kind of signal, or just eliminating the requirement?
Not eliminating the signal at all. No. I'm talking about eliminating the need to beg for permission to cross the street.
Yeah, so I've heard of technology out there, but I don't know how advanced it is, where they have detectors in the curb ramp that pick up an individual or a wheelchair, which then automatically activates.
Well, why not just have all of our, crosswalks automatically assume there might be people there and cycle through the same way that they would if there were cars? Why are we, I'm trying to get at a possible cost savings here of not having to redo these things all the time. And if there's a way for us to address both the needs for folks who, have, need accommodations to cross the street, to also have that audio, or, there's the vibrating cue, those sorts of things, without, forcing everybody to, push a button. I just find it a little insulting when I'm walking around to be treated, cars don't have to get out and push a button across the street. I know there's sensors and all that, but pedestrians kind of have to take this extra step to do the most basic thing that we do, which is walk. And so if there's a way to possibly do away with those on some level and just assume that there will be pedestrians and, using our right of ways, and still, meet the needs of folks, with visual or auditory, disabilities, I'd like to explore that if possible, especially if it could lead to some cost savings of not having to continually reinvent the wheel with this. But I'm just tossing that out there, something to think about.
So, and there are two scenarios. One, you have a signalized intersection, and the other, you have a pedestrian flasher. Those pedestrian flashers have to be activated when a person's there, just because of the nature of the device. At a signalized intersection, the primary reason why you want the pedestrian to push the button is to help with flow on the road itself. If you have it just cycling through to allow a pedestrian to walk we'll say every minute, then you may be losing efficiency on the roadway, and you might have significant backups. And then
but that in itself is sending the message that the person in the vehicle has priority. We are prioritizing throughput for vehicles over the pedestrian experience by doing that on some level. I mean, that may be a policy decision that we want to make and that we want to continue making, but on some level, we are prioritizing the vehicle over the pedestrian when we do that.
I can see how you could see it that way. I see it as we're not necessarily prioritizing the vehicle, because when the pedestrian pushes the button, once it gets to the cycle, they walk through. We're also telling pedestrians, and this is what we always tell people, is don't rely on the driver for your own safety. You need to pay attention as well. And so having a person push that button, I think, gives that person the ability to know that, okay, I've done my duty. Now I need to start paying attention. But again, it would be a policy level decision. If council wanted us to reprogram our signals to function that way, it would then be at the cost of traffic, congestion, the potential of people getting angry because they're having to wait and there's nobody crossing. Those are the issues that we would run into. And then you've got the issue with 522, which is managed by.
Yeah, it's a whole different thing. I understand that.
Do that. So we'd be looking at a couple of signals that we could do that with.
Councilmember Kugler.
Mr. Vicente, thank you so much for doing the analysis and assessing all of our compliance issues in the city. I was wondering if we could add the PowerPoint to the agenda materials. I'm wondering if we might be able to, in addition to increasing the funding to $600 a year, also just make sure that we're looking for grants if we could expedite the timeline instead of 35 years, but shorten that to get to compliance, that would be my preference. And then I was wondering, I might have been taking notes when you covered this, but in the agenda bill, it did say that we did targeted outreach to those, I think, who were blind. Am I remembering that correctly? Okay. Did we do specific outreach to those with like mobility issues, specifically like in wheelchairs or walkers, or do we have the ability to?
And the difficulty we have is the reach out to those communities. We have a consultant that's been helping with this, and they they said it's very difficult to reach out with the blind community. One of our, Janet Quinn, I gave her the lead to try and reach out to the blind community, and it was very difficult. I don't understand why. There just was a lack of response. So a lot of outreach, and we did communicate with a couple of individuals that had previously sent us requests for accessibility that were disabled, but there's only certain few types of networks out there that we gain access to. A lot of it tends to be more word of mouth, and so we tried that and it didn't work very well. So with this next process of putting out the draft plan, we're going to see if we can reach out to more people. That's kind of why we put poster notices on all of the signal poles in the city. I'm sorry, the signal poles, so that we would, in hopes, capture those people that may be have ability issues that could see that and comment. So, but we're going to try to reach out to as many people as we can in April when we get the draft plan completed. That's our goal.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the hard work you put into this and the effort to bring this to us today and how thorough it was put together. So thank you. In looking at just the possibilities for funding, I really like the idea of trying to tick each one of those opportunities as options and opportunities, because they are real opportunities. I don't know that just choosing one or going with an increased plan, a financial plan to meet the end is enough, but we probably definitely will get there faster should we look at grants and look at legislative opportunities and other partnerships as well. And I know it's briefly brought up about 522, and it is a different discussion, but it is a discussion we'll have to have eventually as, 522 corridors widened. I would hope to see additional passing time and a midpoint installation similar to, downtown Bothell near the 522 Bothell exchange there, and or Kirkland for that matter, to help our community cross 522 safely. And other than that, the one thing that's not mentioned here is about really mapping and addressing our urbanism, our suburban sprawl, and our safe connected ADA routes. One thing we do not have yet as a city is a mappable ADA routes. Where are those routes for our community? Are they connected? And which are winterized? That's really important to our ADA community, as is a ped bike, connected routes for our ped bike folks. So that being said, I'd really like to see an accessible map be part of our solution to addressing our connectivity in Kenmore and serving our community and those who pass through and visit our community best. And that's a general public health, environmental solution that many cities, sometimes larger cities, address. But we are a mid-sized city now and growing bigger each year, right? We do need to start thinking this way.
to your point on the funding with grants, we did get that the grant in the earmark for 61st to replace all of that. So that is going to take a big chunk out of some of the non-compliance stuff. We have the non-compliance issues I showed included 61st. So we'll be taking a big number of non-compliance issues off the table once that project is completed. The earmarks are our best way of getting funding, just because the grants, one, are very competitive, but two, we don't have that many corridors that actually qualify for grant funding. So it's a little tricky with the grant funds, but no, I agree that as many grant funds as we can find, we should get. And then, of course, we have our budget cycle coming up this year that we can talk about funding for this ADA program. Once we get the program done, my goal is to get it done before we start the budget cycle, so we kind of know what we're dealing with. But then the council will have the opportunity to determine how much they want to contribute to the transition plan itself. As for the mapping, the goal is to put the inventory on our GIS online layer so people can see where we have sidewalks and curb ramps and the compliance issues. The big problem that I see with showing an accessibility map is I haven't looked at the data that closely, but I'm not sure if you can find an accessible route given all of the non-compliance issues we have. But the more we do it, the more it will show the accessibility, because you'll be able to look at the map and go, oh, there's no issues here. And regarding the snow routes, that's even more complicated. Right now, the way our code and our practice is set up is the sidewalk, snow removal on sidewalks, the responsibility of the adjacent property owner. We don't remove snow or ice from the sidewalks at this time. And so if there's to be an accessible route for sidewalks during snow periods, then that would be a bigger discussion as to how that could be made possible.
I appreciate that. It should be a discussion that we're having. You know, we participate in NSD Adult Transition Program, and we see students, adult students with mobility issues have difficulty accessing our community during the winter and slippery months. Whether they're walking with canes, mobility assistive devices, and that's just talking about the adult transition program. We're not even talking about our general population who travels through. But this is a reality of our community. I can honestly say our family also was impacted by this lack of issue addressed within our community. When my son was in a wheelchair, or as the winter months hit, we know, there are certain routes he doesn't take. And then the school district increases their expense when they're driving people through our community, because we don't have, accessible routes that are winterized. So this is an issue that's part of our connectivity, and independence is important to individuals. And I think that we want to make sure that we have accessible connected routes connecting through our community down to downtown and our transportation system. So I appreciate your consideration of that in the future. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Vicente, in your experience with the ADA interpretations, what are the chances that once we finish this project in 30 or 35 years, that anything we did in the next 10 years is still compliant?
Well, as long as we document how we did it, what we did it, and the reasoning for doing it, it's compliant until we rip it out. If there's and then you have to rebuild it to the current standards. So okay. The goal here is, and which is the goal within the transition plan, to identify how we're going to bring these up. And when we bring them up to standard, that is good until we rip it out again.
I just remember the saga of some of the curb ramps that we had to redo at least twice on 522. That was just awful.
It's when you're looking at a curb ramp, that if you've got 2% it passes and 2.1% it fails and you have to rip it out. That's hard to swallow when you've got concrete finishers out there trying to make concrete as level as possible. And it's not just one measurement. You have to measure several locations. And if you find one part out of compliance, it's non-compliant. It's very, very tight guidelines that you have to meet. Yeah.
Unless there's any other questions, I thank Mr. Vicente for the presentation. Very thorough as always. Next on the agenda is the pedestrian facilities plan presented by City Engineer John Vicente.
That's me. So I'm just waiting for the city clerk to let in one other individual. There he is.
He's on his way.
Thank you. Let me, I gotta find my presentation. Oops, that's not it. Sorry. I pulled up the wrong one. Oh, there we go. Okay. Come on. There we go. All right, so I'm going to be talking to you tonight about our pedestrian facilities plan. Also here with me tonight is our engineering intern, Eugenio Sanchez. He has been taking the lead on making this plan, progressing this plan through to completion. It probably would not have been done if not for him. So just want to say I greatly appreciate the hard work that he's done and the great job he's been doing so far. So to begin, again, this is going to be a long presentation or a lot of information, so I'm hoping to make this go by as quickly as possible. Our goals tonight is to review the proposed priority project locations and to review the prioritization criteria for determining which projects get done first. So the background, the first plan was created in 2013. It was called the City Sidewalk Program. The 2013 project list included 93 separate projects, 13 on arterials and collectors, 1 on a local road, which is Arrowhead. This did not include SR 522. The plan worked with the comp plan at the time, which said establish a non-motorized circulation system linking key communities and destinations. The 23 prioritization criteria was pedestrian safety, connecting the community and facilities, continuity, connections to transit, proximity to schools, public support, and arterials and collectors. Double points were given to continuity and the proximity to schools on that last plan. So with this current plan, this 22 update project list, we're now calling a pedestrian facilities plan. The actual list of projects was in your attachment in your agenda bill. On that, we've got 27 priority projects were completed or are to be completed. So we've got over 34.5 million investment, which includes the bridge, but does not include SR 522. This new comp plan, or this new updated pedestrian facilities plan, will incorporate the 2015 comp plan goal, which is to provide complete transportation network that serves local and regional circulation and safely accommodates all users. We're carrying over the 2013 priority projects that were not completed. We've added local roads to this plan, and we focused on closing gaps and connecting sidewalks and local roads with sidewalks on arterials. We also added sidewalks to both sides of arterials and collectors except for Juanita. And we utilized the existing sidewalk network to determine where we would place new sidewalk. So the 2022 prioritization criteria included pedestrian safety, connectivity with facilities, continuity, connection to transit, proximity to schools, and the potential population served. The big change on this prioritization criteria from 2013 is the addition of the potential population served. What we removed was public support, and we moved arterials and collectors into pedestrian safety. There's 163 projects listed on the new revised plan. The projects were organized by corner, or they were created from corner to corner or a sidewalk into a corner, or we were closing gaps. We did not want to have any projects just ending in the middle of nowhere. We wanted them to get from one point to another without being stranded somewhere. So on the north end, the blue areas are where we've got existing sidewalk in the network. The red dashed areas are the new projects that we're proposing. Then we do have some projects up here on the county line and along here next to Briar, which are in another jurisdiction, but are adjacent to Kenmore residents. And we've added the Total Pipeline Trail to the project. On the south side of the city, we've got the same deal. We've got sidewalks existing in blue. I'm also showing the existing projects there. We've got proposed projects in the red dotted line. And then again, we've got a project on the border with Kirkland, which is in Kirkland, but adjacent to Kenmore residents. So I'm going to turn it over to Eugenio, who's going to talk about the prioritization criteria.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I will be going over the prioritization criteria. So first up, we have pedestrian safety, which kind of incentivizes pedestrian comfort. So what we considered under our our pedestrian prioritization criteria is road classification. So it can receive up to 6 points here, and that is usually reserved for collectors and arterials, while local roads will receive a lower score. And next we have truck routes. If a truck route is adjacent to the road where a sidewalk is going to be placed, then it will receive points there. And then speed limit of the roadway is also put into account. If it's 35 miles per hour or over, it will receive 6 points. Anything less, and it will receive less points there. And if there is a shoulder already existing on the roadway, how wide is it? So if there's a very narrow walkway present, like 2 feet, then it will receive 6 points. And if it's any wider, then it will receive less points. And then from then on, we will also look at average daily traffic that the roadway experiences. So if it experiences around 7,500 vehicles on average each day, then it will receive 6 points. And then anything less, it will receive fewer points. And then the next criteria we looked at is the proximity to schools. If the sidewalk is on a designated, if the sidewalk that's going to be placed is on a designated school walk route, then it will receive points there. So if there are multiple school walk routes that would be on that sidewalk segment, then it will receive 6 points. And then 4 points if it's an elementary school walk path, and then 4 points for everything else. And then the distance a sidewalk project is from a given school is also taken into account. If a sidewalk segment is less than half a mile away from any school, then it will receive 12 points. If it's a mile away, less away from an elementary school, then it will receive 10 points, and so on and so forth. And then bonus points are also given to projects that are within a quarter mile of a designated school bus stop. And then we also looked at connecting the community, and it has 16 points maximum here. And then each of these 4 areas were taken into account. So connection to downtown, parks, and public services. So if the sidewalk segment is less than a quarter mile away from any of these services, it will receive 4 points in each of these categories. And a quarter mile to half a mile away from any of these, and it will receive 3 points, and then so on and so forth. And then next we have network continuity links. So the number of sidewalk network connections that the sidewalk would make. If there is already an existing network connection, so existing sidewalk that services a neighborhood, and we add a sidewalk that connects another neighborhood together, that would be connecting sidewalk networks together. So if adding a sidewalk segment would connect 3 or more sidewalk networks that are already existing, then it will receive the 6 points. And if it connects 2, then it will receive 4 points. And the length of the sidewalk needed to connect these networks is also put into account. So filling in a gap less than 500 feet, and then we'll rank the sidewalks 3 points. And then the total length of the new continuous sidewalk is also put into account. So if adding sidewalk will create 2,000 feet of continuous sidewalk, then it will be given 6 points. And then finally, for class prioritization, we have the potential population served. So here we have the different residential zones that we have with their corresponding points. And then sidewalks that would be servicing public spaces and parks would be given 14 points. And then sidewalks that are servicing downtown residential and urban corridors are given 16 points. And then finally, 20 points are reserved for the business and commercial zones.
Oh, thanks, Eugenio. So cost estimates that we looked at for these projects were very high level. We didn't go out there and look at every instance. We just kind of did a quick visual check and looked at some other data. So we added a large contingency to these each one of these projects. Our cost was based off of our current project costs that we've seen in the last couple of years in doing sidewalk work. The project costs for range between 100,000 and 6.25 million. And the reason for the large gap is just based off of a logical termination point for each project itself. The average project cost is approximately $1 million, meaning that we don't have a lot of small value projects and a lot of big value projects. The total cost to construct all the projects noted is $170 million. It's a big number, but we're asking for a lot of sidewalks to be built. The projects were ranged from easy, medium, and hard, and then something in between, depending on the project. Easy projects are looking at approximately $1,020 per linear foot. Medium projects, we're looking at about $1,725 per linear foot. And hard projects are about $2,315 per linear foot. And the costs are all inclusive. It includes design, permitting, construction, inspection, and any typical right-of-way purchases that might be needed. So funding, right now we've got $100,000 per year in the CIP that's allocated to sidewalks and ADA upgrades. We have the potential for grant opportunities. There's PSRC, which will provide grants for arterial and collector streets only. These are the streets that would qualify under those guidelines. And usually their big focus is on if a project is within a regional center or fatalities exist. Unfortunately, none of our projects, or unfortunately, Kenmore does not have a regional center, so none of our projects fall into that category. And there is a downside to having no fatalities, and that is that we don't qualify for grant funds, but our goal is to not have any, so I can live with that. TIB will provide us grants for projects that are pedestrian generators, but they don't include schools in that assessment at this time. So right now, 181st and 83rd are the only projects that could be considered pedestrian generating or connecting to pedestrian generating locations. Safe routes to schools, they look at school connections. These are the project areas that would probably qualify for safe routes to schools. Then there's the PED bike program. It's a highly competitive, and they typically will fund multimodal projects. These are the locations that would qualify for funding under this grant program. And then there's the TAP, the Transportation Alternative Programs Fund, which its focus is on arterials and collectors and multimodal projects. So again, the same projects as the pedestrian bike program would qualify for the TAP. In general, most of the projects that qualify for grant funding are arterials and collectors, which leaves out quite a lot of the local roads that we have. There's also the possibility of legislative earmarks. That's our best bet for funding projects that are not meeting the minimum requirements of the above grant opportunities. So our next steps public outreach in February 2022, we put out an e-news about the pedestrian facilities plan update. We put out a quarterly newsletter, and we have our own website. In April 2022, I'm going to put out an all-city mailer for people to review the draft plan and to provide a 30-day public comment period. The next steps, we look to complete the cost estimates here in March, refine the project list as well in March, prepare a draft plan in April, do our public outreach comment period in April, May. I'm looking to do another council update on the actual draft plan itself in April, and then looking to finalize the plan and adopt in May of 2022. And that is the end of my presentation. I'll take questions.
Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you for a great presentation and very comprehensive. For those streets that have no sidewalks and the pedestrians simply have to walk on for their enjoyment or getting one place to another, whichever, roughly, how much are speed bumps, and what are the criteria for those?
What do you mean by speed bumps? Is speed bumps being the conflict?
No, how much generally do speed bumps cost? Like, you know, just a real rough estimate to make cars slow down so it's more safer for pedestrians. And then what are the criteria for putting them in?
So one, I don't know the cost of speed bumps. It's been a long time since I've had to do them, but the process for getting them installed is covered within our traffic calming program. We identify a specific type of criteria that people have to go through, an analysis. I just don't remember off the top of my head, but I can follow up with you on that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
My mouse was misbehaving, sorry. Thanks for the presentation, definitely comprehensive, and always makes my heart feel good when we use lots of criteria. The aura of objectivity, or at least consistency. One thing that I just wanted us to be thoughtful about is what is on the criteria that have to do with distance from X, distance from park, distance from school. I think realistically a walk shed is usually considered 10-minute, half mile. And so, for example, you talked about the school distance one. I think it was a half mile got full credit, and then something like a mile got, high partial credit. It's like, no, it's just, that's too far. And I think if you actually mapped it GIS wise, probably everything would be within a mile of a school in our entire city. So I think it'd be pretty hard pressed not to be within a mile of a school here. So that's one thing. And, again, probably treat all those distancey kind of things similarly, unless we have reason to think that certain kinds of distances are more valuable than others. I guess that's where I would lean. You already have called out schools in particular. So I wouldn't like overly weight them multiple times over the other criteria. And then, and I might have lost the other thing. Oh, it will come back. Sorry.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. Councilmember Sharpnick did a great job addressing a number of issues there, and I wholeheartedly support. That being said, I want to just mention the possibility of cost reduction by sharing costs with improvements that are on our borders, where it's not on our side, or where it intersects. I believe that sharing in cost could be a great approach, and it's dual benefit. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't evaluate and look at that for cost savings for our communities, and also help further our work. So thank you.
So one thing I did want us to mention that I forgot to mention in my presentation, the costs that we provide are assuming worst case scenario. We're going to build our full cross section. We're doing all the work. The goal when we get to a project is to look at what's practical. Do we really need to build the full section? Can we get by with something smaller? Can we just put in some curbing and use asphalt? We're looking at, that's why we changed it from sidewalk to pedestrian facility plan, because we want to open up the toolbox here and see how many different things we can do, but we're playing it very conservative by saying hopefully this is the worst it's going to be in cost wise. So in regards to the sidewalks that are shared with Kirkland and Bothell and Briar, is that we would communicate with them and say, hey, we want to build a sidewalk. How about sharing some costs? But if they say, nope, sorry, it's not our priority, not going to help you out, bye-bye, then we at least want to make sure that we have the cost accounted for in our plan so that we don't come back and go, well, we made an assumption, we were wrong, and now it's going to cost more. So for definitely, we're going to be looking at ways to build a safe pedestrian access at the lowest cost possible. And we're not going to be rigid on what gets built. Our goal is to build something that works.
Councilmember Kugler?
I have two quick questions, I think. One is when it comes to, I think overall the projects and prioritization plan and approach seems really, really a smart approach. I think I was wondering when it comes to pedestrian safety, if we also consider any data about like reports, accidents, or studies. If we also consider things like lighting, visibility, curvature, stuff like that. So that's my first question.
So I can't remember off the top of my head all of the pedestrian safety factors. Eugenio, do you recall everything that we're looking at?
Yeah, road classification, truck routes, speed, ADT, and shoulder width.
So yeah, so we're not looking specifically at lighting levels or accident history. We can definitely add that in there. In general, accident history is going to be nil for almost all of them, because there's very little, if any, pedestrian access issue or pedestrian incidents in the city. In regards to the sidewalks that we've generated, a lot of our issues have been on roads that we're actually building sidewalks today. A good chunk of our sidewalks are on local roads that we're adding, and I don't believe we've got any recent incidents on those. There might be some on some of the arterials, but we definitely look at the accident history when it comes time to apply for grants, because that's what helps us get the grants. But we can definitely take a look and add a component to pedestrian-related accidents within this. And then we can also, the problem we have with lighting is that we would have to do a lighting study at every location, and that, we can do it, but it would take a lot of time and be pretty expensive to do. So that's one of the reasons why we didn't incorporate lighting into the plan.
Okay, I mean, I think that I wasn't sure if we had a lot of data about reports or accidents, but I think that coupled with community input and feedback will be critical, because people know themselves who walk those areas, what feels safe or doesn't to them. My other question is, when it comes to PSRC funding, you mentioned like regional connectors. Does it have to connect to regional centers? Like I guess my question is really related to 80th. Could it be argued that 80th Avenue does connect to eventually Bothell and Canyon Park as a regional center, or does it have to have two regional centers on both ends?
So in order for you to score any points with PSRC in that category, you have to connect to at least one regional center, but your regional center has to be a direct connection. It cannot be an indirect connection. And your regional center has to be applied, registered with Puget Sound Regional Council, which we don't have one. So since we don't have a regional center, we pretty much score 0 points in that category. And if memory serves me correctly, the last time I did Wales applications, that was 25% of the points.
Any other questions? Councilmember Marshall?
Couple rather unrelated questions I forgot to ask. 61st is listed as in progress because it's already part of its own plan to be improved north of 190th, right?
Correct.
Okay, awesome. Just want to make sure it wasn't like left off somehow. No. And then what's being proposed for 64th? And then the last question is there any consideration of a semi sidewalk divider? I don't know what you would call it, but it is that deal like they have next to the fire station, Lake Forest Park, where you actually just make a planting area, like a planting strip alongside where you might put in a Jersey barrier or divide the street from the sidewalk. Instead, you've taken out the asphalt and simply planted it, or maybe put in rocks or something like that. Any consideration of that as any cheaper alternative in a more, I think, a less traffic, more safe area of the city or anything like that? Thanks.
So you're talking about just putting in a planted median?
I guess planted medians, are those considered all? Yeah.
They can be we can consider that if we have the space for it. There's not a lot of locations where we've got the room to put in a planted center median. 522.
It'd be a side median that would effectively make a sidewalk space separating it from the street.
Oh, which is, if I understand correctly, that's kind of what we have in our standards right now. Is we've got the planting strip which separates the sidewalk from the street. And that is our standard. With this particular plan, the proposal is that we would build everything to that standard. But again, taking into account the existing site conditions, when it came time to look at the project, we would look at whether or not it makes sense to do that. Because if it's, say you have a street where if you build 6-foot sidewalk with no amenity strip and you only have to build a 2-foot high wall, but you add another 4 feet for the planting strip, and then you're building an 8-foot high wall, there could be a huge, cost difference there that you may want to consider when it comes to how we want to spend our money. But then we have to look at, is that buffer necessary due to the existing conditions? There's a lot of factors that we would have to weigh in as to whether or not we build it or not.
64th was the other question.
Oh, so 64th, there is a plan in the plan to build sidewalk. I'm assuming we're talking between 185th and where the sidewalk is up there at, I think, 190th and 192nd.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
So the plan is to put sidewalk on one side of the street at that location. I've arbitrarily in the project list indicated which side of the street, but that's just as a placeholder. It's once we get there and we look more closely at the surrounding situation, looking at if any private development has occurred and created sidewalk, we may have to shift from one side or the other. It just depends. The locations chosen were based off of current conditions and what seemed like it would be the easiest to build. So things changed though over time.
I have one minor question about the maps. And this is maybe just something that's bothered me as somebody who has walked down Bothell Way quite a bit, but I notice on the map, and this is something that's always jumped out at me, and I understand the thinking that went into this decision when 522 was redone, but there's that segment between, what are the streets? Sorry, I'm having to look at the map. Between, what is that, 65th maybe, and just past 67th, where there's no sidewalk on the south side of 522. And for any pedestrians walking along that route, they need to then jog down to the Burke-Gilman in order to get to the corner safely. I mean, that's not a great experience, I have to say, as a pedestrian. Again, you feel like you're kind of otherized, and it's like, okay, well, you're going to go take this extra little, it only adds a couple minutes, but still, it adds a couple minutes. And there's a hill in the way, and either uphill or downhill, depending on which way you're going. Any thoughts to adding that towards the long-term plan down the line at some point?
I have not given that any consideration. So I don't know, the reasoning why it was done that way. But I mean, it is something that we can look at. I'm not sure if we own that or if that's King County Parks land.
Yeah, there's a good chance it is that.
And then that would then be an acquisition. So, yeah, I mean, we do have on the map, we are showing adding an improvement down 65th. But yeah, that's not something I can look at, but I can take a quick look and see what the possibility is. I mean, anything's possible. It's just a matter of would it be a priority to build compared to everything else?
Yeah, I just think there might be opportunities there at some point. But anyway, it's not the biggest deal in the world.
Well, and something also to consider that might impact that is, I hate to say it, but if Lake Point should ever come to anything, that area would be impacted. So
that's true. Just looking at the map again, it just kind of jumped out at me. Any other questions? All right, I'm not seeing any.
Cool.
You have what you need?
I got what I need. Thank you very much.
Super. All right, next up, item D, arterial speed study presented by traffic engineer Tobin Bennett Gold for discussion. Mr. Bennett Gold.
Hey, I just pulling up my presentation here, and then I can get started. You guys are so patient. I'm so interested in all this stuff. I'm amazed that you are too. Okay, I think we're all looking at this first slide, right? Does that look good to everybody? Okay, well, good evening, Council. Thank you for staying up so late to talk with me. Tonight, I'm here to talk about lowering speed limits. We're not requesting any action be taken tonight. I'm just here to share some of the work that we've done looking at travel speeds in Kenmore and start the conversation about what it will take to reduce speeds and speed limits, and give an overview of the speed limit reduction plan we're proposing. The original scope of this project was to look at speed limits on arterial roads, but I'm always looking to bite off more than I could chew. So it felt right to expand that scope to look at collector roads as well. And in addition to that, I've included some local roads, which we are considering for reclassification to collector roads. Arterial roads on this map here are shown in blue. Collector roads are in yellow, and the dashed line on yellow roads are the ones being considered as potential collector roads, but are local roads right now. This is a weird little loop of arterials right here. It's made up of short segments of 181st Street, 73rd Avenue, 175th Street, 65th Avenue. It's all classified as arterials, but if you've seen our other arterials, you know that these ones are not like the rest. Gossip in the engineering group is that they were classified as arterials for grant qualification purposes at some point in the past, but they really behave more like collector roads, and so I've treated them as such for this study. So it would be super easy for me to put on my professor jacket and spend all night talking about numbers and graphs and statistics, but I'm going to do my best to stay out of the weeds, keep it short, like everyone has said tonight. I'd like at the end for you guys to tell me what information is important to you. We did over 100 speed studies on these roads and a lot of data analysis, but I'm going to keep that under the hood for the most part. If you want more details about how these recommendations are supported, that's definitely something we can get into. There's also some traffic engineering theory about the relationship between travel speeds and roadway classifications and land use and travel modes, but I'm going to try to keep that at a very high level. If you'd like me to cover that in more detail, definitely just let me know and we can dive deeper. So I know I may be preaching to the choir here, but I do want to give a little bit of attention to why we want to lower speed limits at all. Please lower the speed limit is one of the most frequent service requests I get from Kenmore residents. It's still only just a subset of the most common request I get, which is some variation of please slow the cars down. To the very last one, each of these requests has been motivated by safety in one way or another: safety while crossing the street, safety while pulling out of your driveway, safety while walking along the shoulder or sidewalk, or safety on curbs and hills where sight lines are constrained and braking in time to avoid a crash might be difficult. The relationship between speed and safety is clear and it's well established, and it's the closest thing we have to a natural law in traffic safety. I know I said I'd skip the theory, and I have been explicitly warned not to show off my favorite equations, but this one is remarkably simple and remarkably profound, so I just want to put it on the board real quick. The ratio of the new crash rate to the old crash rate is equal to the ratio of the new speed to the old speed. Sure, there's some noise in the data, and we're talking about averages over millions of events with multitude of other factors having their own influences, but the ratios hold true, and if you cut the speed in half, you cut the crash rate in half. That's all there is to it. That's all crashes, any kind you can think of. The equation is supported by over 50 studies done over the past 50 years. It has been shown to hold true in urban and rural traffic environments alike, across counties and countries, vehicle types, crash types, dirt roads, paved roads, interstates, and autobahns. When injuries are considered, the effect of speed reduction is even more remarkable. If you reduce the speed by half, you will see 1/4 of the injury crashes. That's 75% reduction. The benefit is exponential, and it's more favorable the higher the severity of crash you're considering. If you reduce the speed by half, you will see 1/16 the fatal crashes. That's nearly 94% reduction. So that's the answer, of course: reduce all the speed limits to 5 miles per hour, have essentially 0 crashes and even fewer injuries. I told you I'd keep it short. Now, except that as a society, we've decided to accept a degree of risk in exchange for the extraordinary and indispensable mobility enabled by our robust and sophisticated transportation system. So the real answer then is that travel speeds, and by extension speed limits, are a trade-off between safety and utility. In a hand-wavy 10,000 foot kind of way, a road's functional classification is an indication of how effective that road is at getting you far away fast. And to get far away fast, it means less stopping and it means higher speeds. This makes sense because when you combine lots of stopping and high speeds in the same road, it's bad for safety, it's bad for emissions, it's bad for pavement durability, and it also makes people irritable. Arterials are where you travel fast and you don't stop very often. Lower classifications have more stopping and lower speeds. So it follows that the roadway classification is a good starting point when we're talking about target travel speeds, and speed limits play a big role in attaining those target travel speeds. The plan I'm proposing for setting speed limits is very simple: a 25 mile per hour speed limit on collector roads, a 30 mile per hour speed limit on arterial roads, a 35 mile per hour speed limit on SR 522. It's simple, but there's always fine print, of course. These proposed speed limits and the map you see here have also assumed the reclassification of several streets in Kenmore. These changes don't have to happen in tandem, but for a variety of reasons, both real and pedantic, I think it would be very nice if they did. But we can put reclassification aside for another day. And for the sake of this conversation, it's sufficient to say that the roads Tobin thinks ought to be collectors are also the roads Tobin thinks ought to have 25 mile per hour speed limits. And those changes can be pursued independent of one another. So why 25, 30, and 35? There's no natural law about traffic safety for this one. Again, it's a trade-off between safety and mobility, and finding that sweet spot is more of a nebulous cloud of precedent, driver expectation, culture and values, budget constraints, public buy-in, and limitations of how many rabbits the city can pull out of one hat. On collector roads, for example, with mixed travel modes, lower motor vehicle volumes, and more frequent driveways, intersections, and destinations, there are enough context cues and natural speed moderating influence that it's reasonable to expect compliance with a 25 mile per hour speed limit, or at least reasonable to expect that we can create an environment where 25 miles per hour is a speed limit that will engender an acceptable degree of compliance. Great, so why don't we just go ahead and change the signs? Well, the speed limit is not actually the thing we want to change. What we want to change are travel speeds. A black and white sign that says 25 on it doesn't mean a whole lot when a car is coming at you going 40. Drivers will typically drive as fast as they are comfortable driving. For some of us, breaking the rules is uncomfortable. And for the rest of us, there's a whole bag of tricks to make driving too fast less fun than driving the speed limit. Sometimes the terrain helps us out. Steep hills will slow people down, as will curves or geometric and geographical features that make the road feel treacherous. For better or worse, Kenmore has these geometric features in abundance. People don't like driving close to things. Parked cars, narrow lanes, flexible delineators jutting out of the pavement, tunnels, looming cliffs above and below. When you have to pass through or close to these features, it's our natural inclination to slow down and be more cautious. It may not always feel this way, but drivers do not want to risk hitting cyclists and pedestrians. That doesn't mean they always take the necessary and appropriate cautions when sharing the roads, but roads which see a high degree of mixed use also see lower travel speeds. Cars travel the fastest when it's only cars on the road. Well, actually, cars travel the fastest when they're the only car on the road. If you've ever been stuck behind a slow driver, you know that you can't travel faster than the car in front of you. That means higher travel volume conditions. If we can influence the speed choices of even just a small number of drivers, we can change the travel speed for the whole corridor. I've never met a person who liked getting a ticket, and the real or perceived threat of in-person or automated enforcement has been shown to be a strong motivator for moderating speeds. When I'm driving down the road, I'm not doing all the math in my head to figure out how fast I feel comfortable driving. Instead, I have this sophisticated neural network between my ears, trained to compare what I see to a vast body of experience and make assessments about what would the appropriate level of precaution be. Now, when it comes to caring about what the number is on the speed limit sign, that number really only speaks to the goody two-shoe drivers and the people who think police are around. Just changing the signs will not necessarily have the desired effect on travel speeds that we're looking for. But when it comes to how effective a speed limit sign is for people who are sensitive to all these other factors, it's that last item, the context clues baked into the speed limit sign that let us communicate to the driver and influence a driver's speed. What we want is for a driver to see a speed limit sign and expect that it will be associated with these factors that influence their speed. And if those factors which make the speed limit seem reasonable are not present, we teach drivers to ignore the speed limit sign and even dilute the impact of speed limit signs in general. To change the speed limit on a road, we need to change the speed drivers choose to travel and change the speed limit signs at preferably as close to the same time as possible. If we change the roadway environment and the speed limits at the same time, there's this wonderful synergy where folks drive more slowly because there's a new speed limit, and then that behavior is reinforced when they encounter a traffic environment that supports their speed choices. Changing one thing at a time is easy, but changing two things at the same time starts to get tricky. So with that in mind, the roads where we'd like to reduce the speed limit can be partitioned into 4 categories. In some places, we found drivers were already traveling at speeds at or below the speed limit, and there's absolutely no reason we couldn't all go over there together as soon as this council meeting is over and swap some speed limit signs out. It's no secret that a few places in Kenmore are currently under construction, and in many of these areas, the changes that are needed to support a speed limit reduction are already being constructed. What good foresight, right? Some projects we have planned will help reduce speeds, but either the expected effect of that speed reduction is too small or the current speeds are too high to be confident that the planned changes alone will be sufficient to support a speed limit reduction. Some areas have no planned projects this time and or simply have travel speeds high enough that we will need to put together a concerted plan to address them before a lower speed limit would be appropriate. So let's take a brief look at where all these roads landed. Oh, to quickly summarize our methodology, this assessment was made based on our traffic calming policy. If a roadway's operating speed when compared to the proposed speed limit would not flag the road as a location in need of traffic calming or speed reduction projects based on the current traffic calming policy, then there's no reason it shouldn't already be signed at a lower speed. So the 2 roads in this category are SR 522 and 175th Street. 175th Street was not a surprise. It's odd to me that it has a speed limit of 30 miles per hour currently, And our studies show that drivers already have speed behavior consistent with a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. So the real thing here is I think the speed limit was needlessly high relative to the traffic environment that already exists. Bothell Way, however, I didn't know what to expect. The speed studies on Bothell Way were performed by WashDOT at our request, and reducing the speed limit here would be something to approach in partnership with them as well. The good news is that the results of the speed studies they conducted support a lower speed limit here. At least that's my assessment. WashDOT is still mulling it over. It's an ongoing conversation. A lower speed limit here would be consistent with the 35-mile-per-hour speed limit currently in place in Bothell city limits just east of Kenmore. The whole 68th Avenue corridor is undergoing dramatic changes. From southern city limits on Juanita Drive to the northern extent where 202nd Street meets 61st Place, when the Walkways and Waterways projects and the West Sammamish Bridge project wrap up, this corridor will be radically transformed into a corridor which fully supports multimodal travel and is expected to attract a large number of walkers and bikers from within Kenmore as well as regionally. The changes that have been put in place as part of these projects and the levels of multimodal travel that we expect to see here strongly support a reduced speed limit upon project completion to 25 miles per hour in the corridor north of downtown and 30 miles per hour south of SR 522. In the very near future, we have a whole slew of speed feedback signs slated to be installed. Some of these are going in on Juanita Drive, on 68th Avenue, and on Simon's Road, but we also have them going in on 192nd Street, on 73rd Avenue south of 192nd Street, as well as two pairs on 80th Avenue, one pair on 80th Avenue north of 192nd Street and one pair on 80th Avenue to the south of 192nd Street. It's possible that these speed feedback signs could be sufficient to support lower speed limits, and many of these areas are already close to travel speeds where that we'd like to see in order to reduce the speed limit. On 80th Avenue, we have more favorable conditions in the south of 192nd Street, and it's possible we may be able to reduce the speed limit there sooner than on 80th Avenue to the north of 192nd Street. On 80th Avenue to the north of 192nd Street, our downhill speeds are especially problematic. The speed feedback signs will help, but on their own, they may not be enough to resolve this issue before we can reasonably lower speed limits. I'm optimistic about 192nd Street itself, but there's a thorny issue with speeding behavior between 80th Avenue stop signs and the reverse curves in the middle of 192nd Street on this stretch. Fortunately, the reverse curves are right where the new speed feedback signs are going in, so that may do the trick. We just need to keep an eye on it. 73rd Avenue south of 192nd Street is promising, except for the straightaway containing the Kenmore Elementary School Zone. The school zone is where the speed feedback signs are being put in, which is good news. And not long from now, we'll have photo enforcement going into that location too, which despite its limited enforcement times can only help move speeds in the right direction. Additionally, we have an overlay planned here, which will allow us to make low-cost channelization changes, which will also help support our speed reduction goals. If we can get speeds down in general in this straightaway area, that would be enough to reduce the regulatory speed limit in the corridor south of 192nd Street. One project at a time, we'll eventually get this part of 73rd Avenue where it needs to be to support a lower speed limit, but we'll need to wait and see just how soon we hit that target as we make these incremental changes. The remaining roads are where the hard work begins. 83rd Place between SR 522 and Bothell city limits, 203rd Street between 80th Avenue and Bothell city limits, and 193rd Street between 61st Avenue and Lake Forest Park city limits. These are three short roadway segments where we see speeds higher than we'd like even for the current speed limit. And the speeds are going to have to come down a lot before we can post a lower speed limit while keeping a straight face. Additionally, because we're receiving the tail end of a road that is primarily owned and operated by another city, making changes here would best be done through partnership and coordination with our neighboring cities. The specific conversation about speed limits is not one that we've started yet, but starting that conversation with our neighbors would be the first step in these areas. 75th Avenue is a local road with a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit, which I'm recommending a speed limit reduction to 25 miles per hour and a reclassification to collector road. 75th Avenue is not in terrible shape, but it does have a thorny straightaway where speeds need to be addressed before a lower speed limit would make sense. No projects have been identified here yet, mostly because it's performing well for its current speed limit. So it's been off our radar, so to speak, no pun intended. And I think it's likely that a low-cost traffic calming project could be enough to support a speed limit reduction here. It just hasn't been identified and completed yet. So for 73rd Avenue north of 192nd Street, I would really like to reduce travel speeds here, not leastwise because we have an essentially unprotected pedestrian path on the west shoulder that carries walk to school traffic, as well as park visitors to Wallace Swamp Creek, and just a lot of recreational walking in general, very close to the traffic at, well, you know how fast people are going right now. There are numerous construction challenges to working in this area, however, and although we've scoped several projects in the past, they've always been determined to be cost prohibitive. If a funding solution can support a project here, this is a corridor where speed reduction and multimodal improvements would be very welcome, and it's in conjunction with those changes when a speed limit reduction would be most likely to succeed. Simons Road is another location where we have speed feedback signs planned to be installed in the near future. Our speed studies here show that speeds are just too high currently to expect that the speed feedback signs alone will be sufficient to support a speed limit reduction, and other traffic calming or speed reduction measures will need to be identified before a lower speed limit can be considered. The immediate goal is getting drivers in line with the current speed limits here. 84th Avenue, south of Simons Road, is in great shape, actually. The current speed limit is 35 miles per hour, but it's performing well enough to support a speed reduction to 30 miles per hour immediately. However, my recommendation for this road would ultimately be a 25 mile per hour speed limit, and the speeds are already very close to supporting that larger reduction. If we can plan a speed reduction project in the near term, then I would like to make that jump to 25 miles per hour all at once. If introducing traffic calming measures on this road is not feasible in the short term, however, it would be prudent to reduce the speed limit to 30 miles per hour as soon as possible and pursue further reductions at a later date when the reduction to 25 miles per hour can be supported by other changes to the traffic environment. Finally, 61st Avenue is a patchwork of high and low travel speeds, but primarily the reverse curves near 181st Street and the straightaway at the north end are where we see travel speeds that need to be addressed before speed limit reduction should be considered. We have some projects planned for this corridor, but they don't specifically address the higher speed areas at the north and south ends. Speed reduction projects at the north and south ends of the corridor will have to be identified and delivered before a reduction to 30 miles per hour can be supported here. So to recap, here's the plan of action supported by our analysis of arterial and collector travel speeds. Work with WashDOT to change the speed limit on SR 522, something we've already got the ball rolling on. Change out speed limit signs on 175th Street at the earliest convenience. Change the speed limits on 68th Avenue and wanted to drive corridors as in-progress projects are completed. Monitor 73rd Avenue south of 192nd Street, 192nd Street, and 80th Avenue to see if planned projects are sufficient to support speed limit reductions. Give 75th Avenue and 84th Avenue a nudge in the right direction, and reducing the speed limits on these roads should not be difficult. Alternatively, a smaller reduction on 84th Avenue is possible right away. Talk to our neighbors about partnering on roads where it will be difficult to make effective changes unilaterally. And finally, put some real elbow grease into making changes on Simons Road, northern 73rd Avenue and 61st Avenue. Ultimately, a speed limit change requires that council adopt a resolution by simple majority, and the new speed limit goes into effect as soon as the new regulatory signs are installed. What we're looking for right now is comments on these recommendations and any direction you'd like to provide on other information important to your consideration about speed limit reductions. And with that, I can turn it over to you for comments and questions.
Let me take down the screen share really quick. Thank you. Questions, comments? Councilmember Kugler.
I always feel like I should call Tobin like Dr. Bennett Gold. Like I learned so much from your presentations. So thank you for being so thorough. I just have a question. Did the The area between 84th Avenue Northeast and Simons, it's Northeast 155th Street, I think. Like I've heard from people, they feel like that area gets a lot of speeding, just that segment. It's steep, it goes downhill into like Inglemore High School. Did that come up on staff's radar as a potential place for speed reduction?
Right. So yes, that area, 155th, you said just west of Simons Road. Is that where you're talking about? Between 84th and Simons? Did I hear you right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So we do have speed studies indicating that speeds there are higher than we'd like to see. That is not an area we're recommending for a speed limit reduction. Having a conversation about reducing travel speeds so that they're more in line with existing speed limits, that would be a conversation that we'd have about 155th. So getting it to perform well relative to that 25-mile-per-hour speed limit, rather than reducing the speed limit and then people don't change their speed and they're just speeding by even more now because the speed limit's lower. So yeah, I would like to see some travel speed reduction there, just not bringing it up for a speed limit reduction.
Deputy Mayor?
Well, I want to also commend you for another outstanding presentation. I really like the approach that you've taken and one of the things I think that's most important that you've highlighted is not rushing into reducing speeds where, changing the speed limit's not going to make sense. I drive Sandpoint Way all the time now, and they've reduced it to 25. I think it used to be 30, which already felt slow. And, there aren't enough indicators I mean, it is really, when it's really hard to drive the speed limit, it doesn't work. So I like that you're putting the care and concern into how are people really going to drive here? And let's make it so we drive more safely. And I see that well thought and put into this. And I have to say, I, for a long time, was concerned about reducing speeds on 522, because I remember when it was 45, it may have even been 50 at one point. But what I've noticed since I've lived here is because of the stops at 61st, at 68th, 73rd, and 80th, 84th, it slows you down. It's actually hard to go fast through Kenmore. So I think I gave it a lot of thought as I was looking at this because, well, anyway, I drive a Mini and I like to, enjoy driving, and it's hard sometimes I'm just saying, when the roads are designed right for the proper speed, people will drive the speed limit. And I like how you highlight that. So I think this looks great. And I like the idea of the additional traffic calming that you're building in. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, definitely. And I think for all the reasons you mentioned, that's why the speed study on 522 showed that it was maybe not a big change to just move the sign to a lower speed limit. It's ready.
I'd like to just, repeat what my colleagues have already said about the presentation. Super thorough, really appreciated. I've actually had some informal conversations with council members in Lake Forest Park who would also like to lower the speed limit there, because Seattle is 30 in Seattle, it's 30 in Bothell, and for some reason LFP and Kenmore are still up at 35. And I can't imagine why there's a good reason for that. So I think it's probably going to be an easier discussion with WSDOT if both cities are coming together to make that ask together. I believe that their will is there also to do this. So I would hope that we would work with them to make that push with WSDOT. And I'm sure that our new representatives in the first legislative district will be happy to lean on WSDOT a little bit if we need a little bit of political help to make that happen. So I appreciate the recommendations, though. Very well thought out, and I support where you're going with this. Any other questions, comments? Okay, well, I'm not seeing anything more from my colleagues here. So I will thank you very much for your presentation tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right, staff report. We're getting there, folks. ARPA Direct Cash Assistance, Kenmore Cares Update presented by Assistant City Manager, ARPA Administrator Stephanie Lukash.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. I have a brief update on the Kenmore Cares program, which is slated to end at the end of this month. March 31st is the day we've advertised as the conclusion of the program, and no late applications will be accepted. And the update is that we are going to extend the funds before the end of March. We sent a last chance postcard, and I think between developing trust and a lot of the outreach that's happened over these last 6 months really did build something really important. And we're at this place where we're like every day we're in communication with the North Shore Schools Foundation, managing Kenmore Care, saying we're getting closer and closer and closer. So I'm here tonight to let you know that and to seek your support for exceeding the contract amount and accepting applications through the end of March, as we've indicated with the program. And the idea would be that we would come to you probably the April 11th council meeting with a final number. I think it's probably a nominal amount, but it's hard to know because we've had this, rush of applicants that have been coming forward through the program. But I think it's really important. My recommendation as a staff is that I think it's important to accept applications through the end of the program and not shut it off prematurely. But wanted to just seek your approval to proceed and ask if you had any questions and if you approve that approach. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
All right. I in general, I think I support this. I'm a little uncomfortable with the blank check idea. I guess I'd want some cap, or without having any sense of, if you've had this surge, what does that mean? So I guess I'm of two minds on it.
Understood. We could come back at the very last meeting of the month and give a closer update with a few days left. If that would be helpful, I could do another staff report on the 28th, if that would be helpful. Be happy to do that.
Or maybe just a weekly. Aren't we meeting next week as well?
Sure, I can do that. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm interested to hear from other council members on this.
Councilmember Kugler.
Ms. Lukash, do you mean that you will go ahead and award the applications as funds allow right now and continue to accept applications through the end of March, and then give us an update of how many additional people have applied?
Yes.
If so, I feel comfortable with that.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
I also feel comfortable with that. There's a part of me that would like to know, just in response to Councilmember Shrubnik's question, I think, is what's the floodgate look like? I'm going to guess you would be presenting this. What you said is it was most likely nominal compared to the $1 million of funds that we've allocated here. Because at this point, I'm guessing we're getting pretty close to reaching the majority, a strong number of the people who qualify. But I think it would be nice for us to get an update at some point of what that looks like. But regardless, I do think it's the fair and just thing to do to keep the door open through the end of the month, since we said that we would. And so I like this approach and appreciate you coming forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I also support what Councilmember Kugler and what Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Shrubnik said. And I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch, where did you say we were right now in the current amount of funding out the door?
Yeah, we're almost there. It's less than 50,000 left. Okay. And there is an influx of applications being processed. So we do expect to expend all of the funds that were contracted before the end of the month. It's just a matter of when. And as you know, it's $2,000 for the primary applicant, but $250 for each household member. So it depends on household size. It's hard to know. And we also have had conversation. We had lots of folks that hadn't quite completed the process, and a lot of those are completing the process now. So it's good news. We're serving who we intended to serve, but I just wanted to bring this to your attention. I'm happy to come back over the next couple of weeks and communicate where we are so we have a better sense as we reach the end of the month.
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful. Just have a quick check-in.
Of course, happy to.
Anything else? Not seeing any hands. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Cadmin Materials Draft Permit Update presented by Development Services Director Brian Hampson. Mr. Hampson.
Good evening again, Council. Wanted to give you an update on the Cadmin draft notice of construction application that Puget Sound Clean Air Agency is working on. And so after months and months of waiting and planning on this time, we've found out on March 3rd that the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency has issued a draft notice of construction permit for the work that Cadmin had updated their plant on a few years back. And so what we're at now is we're in the comment period. And so from March 3rd to April 2nd is going, or excuse me, May 2nd is going to be the comment period. And on April 18th at 4 p.m., the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency is going to hold a public hearing. We will be there. We plan on giving testimony following the public hearing. And also after our team meets and goes through the documents more, we will provide comments to the agency. But this will not be the last time that council will be able to have a discussion regarding it. My plan is to have the experts, after they go through the material, come to council and give you an update on what the draft notice of construction permit looks like, and have a discussion with you on our plan of commenting. And if you have any additional ideas for commenting, let us know at that time. But that'll be in a couple, 2 or 3 more weeks. So after we get a chance to go through the document, we'll bring it back to the council for additional discussion. But right now we're just in the commenting period. And as you heard earlier tonight, there has been a lot of changes that are going to be incorporated into the permit. A lot of them are going to be for the benefit of the public.
Councilmember Marshall.
I would totally support it if we could somehow have the meeting or the presentation to council with the summary and points of advocacy and all the rest of it before the 18th meeting, or the April 18th meeting, if that's at all possible.
Definitely, that's our plan.
Councilmember Shrubnik, and then Councilmember Kugler.
Yeah, is there going to be a time that I don't think they were called an advisory group, but kind of the citizens group will also get a separate briefing, or are we assuming they're going to just use our briefing? It'd be great to have them have an opportunity to talk with staff and with us.
Yeah, we need to go through the permit itself so we get really familiar with it before we start to have discussions with other groups. And so that's our plan, is to get familiar with it and then start setting up different meetings.
Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted to echo Councilmember Shrubnik's suggestion. I know you're moving on it, but we've definitely received feedback from our community that would like special attention and briefing on the permit. So I just want to back that up. Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler.
I had previously raised my hand and just wanted to reiterate what Councilmember Shrubnik had asked for. Like, if there is a possibility of combining our meeting with public input, that would be great. Or if we need to have a separate meeting, I'd like us to organize something.
Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Marshall.
Yeah, I was going to wait until council member presentations, but this seems the precise topic. I mean, I was taken aback, I think, again, at the very small press release that was done by PSCC on, at least they listed the approximate amounts and types of the substances being emitted. And it flat out says like hazardous air pollutants, HAPs, and sulfur dioxide, VOCs, all that stuff. It's just totally preliminary right now, but my, first thoughts, in addition to everything else I'm sure we'll be advocating for, are, is there going to be any way to look at new technology, if it's possible, if there are legal grounds, if there are regulatory grounds, to bring this plant up to date so that it's not a grandfathered facility, so that we have the best state-of-the-art equipment that we know other plants do have now that we don't, protecting our citizens. Just, I know you can't do anything about it now, but that's just where my thoughts are headed. And I'm excited that at least some of the citizens appear to be encouraged by some of the inquiries and restrictions that the agency is looking at.
Yeah, when we bring it back to you for discussion, I'll make sure that our team's ready to have that conversation with you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. And, I had reached out earlier this week, this last week actually, in trying to orchestrate a connection for our community groups who are environmentally engaged on this topic, as they do want to have an opportunity to check in first before weighing in. And I'd like to, support that. Similar to Councilmember Marshall, looking at the environmental proximity to pollutants are our most diverse community. And, I was really grateful to read the PSEA update. Yet I hope for improvements for our community, especially as we continue to grow in density and continue to add to our density in a diverse community of socioeconomic differences. So that being said, I think we have an opportunity to improve our community through this work, should we organize well. So thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hampson. Anything else on staff report, Mr. City Manager?
I'm sure you're all aware the legislative session ended about 4 days ago, and we did pretty well, especially with the 3.5 million allocated in the transportation package for 61st Avenue sidewalks. Yeah, we're going to have Shelley Helder, our lobbyist from Gordon Thomas Honeywell, is going to join us at a council meeting in April to give us more details on what happened during the legislative session. And that's all I have.
Lovely, thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
And I apologize for my ignorance on this, and maybe for the public's benefit, could we name who are our next representatives going to be?
In the first district, Senator Stanford, Representative Doer, and Representative Kloba, I believe.
And as of right now, they are our representatives. There are court challenges to the redistricting map, but I don't think that'll change us, what's happening all the way out here.
The few weeks ago, the mayor and I had meetings with each of them individually and got acquainted with them. So
yeah, they're great. All right. Councilmember reports and comments. First item here before we go around the table is in-person council meetings. We want to have a discussion around the possibility of returning to in-person meetings. Wanted to take everybody's temperature on that. And I know that the city manager had mentioned to me that there was a particular date that there will be some technology in our chambers to allow a hybrid meeting to occur more easily. What was that date again?
Yeah, so we have the technology now, but our city clerk is, and Anastasia, feel free to jump in here, but she's working on some technology that'll make the experience better for the remote viewer. Like they'll be able to see more screens at the same time and things like that. But right now we're assuming that you may want us to go back in person as soon as April 11th. I think checked with my coworkers, and we think that's doable as far as like transitioning and getting that piece of software updated. Anastasia, anything to add to that?
Yeah, sure. So the latest update actually is, as you know, with the pandemic, everything is about sort of supply and demand and any hiccups along the way. So it is possible that the sort of installation process of the enhancements might be delayed by a couple of weeks, and that's of course going to be due to the vendor. The reason why we're doing this is because initially how I understood the conversation was that what was really important to the council was to have a component to allow virtual participation for our residents and our guests. But what I've seen is sort of an evolution where the council said, actually, what would be great is a little bit of freedom for council and possibly guests to come virtually as well. For example, if somebody wants to remote in but a subset of council members want to stay at the council dais physically, and we couldn't get a complete consensus around you returning as a complete group consistently moving forward. So this move was to allow for just more flexibility for you as council and more flexibility for our guests who might not have to commute as far and so on. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to do this enhancement, and it allows us to use a different feature of Zoom and to configure everything in the physical space to still run like a concurrent virtual meeting while managing the physical components of the space. This is something that a lot of cities locally are already doing. So we're sort of modeling it based on what's working in other places.
Anastasia, is April 11th still a doable date for this scenario in person? And
I think it's more reasonable to say April. I don't know that April 11th is going to be the date, just based on the latest information that I got from the vendor, because they're still ordering equipment, and then of course they have to install it in the space, which is it's a relatively short installation period, but working out the hiccups. And then of course we're hoping to do sort of a trial run internally, but that's just the hybrid model. So if you wanted to just go in and come back in person, we have everything we need in the council chambers, I think, to accommodate that.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. So a couple questions. What's the arrangement for in chambers and, dividers? We all sit pretty closely together, which is normally pretty great. But, accounting for our own safety and our family's safety and the space, are there going to be dividers, separators? What's that going to look like? And are we going to be pre-testing before we go into meetings, or?
If you want like the little plexiglass dividers in between each of you, let us know and we can get those ordered. As far as pre-testing, that's some direction you'd have to give us as well, because we're just looking to follow the state and county guidelines, and I don't think pre-testing is required by state and county guidelines. So if you'd like to go above and beyond that, you'd have to make that call as a council.
I just have to say that while, there is a great movement to bring us all back together, and there's still variants coming out through, I'm looking forward to coming back. And at the same time, I'm being really realistic. We sit close together. We all interact with many other peoples. I don't know, some people are going to be masking or not. I would want to know if I'm sitting next to someone, that they've tested, negative, if we're going to be maskless. I would want, divider separators, like some other councils are already doing. And that would make me feel a little bit more safe about coming back into the environment space. Personally, we'll probably wait until mid-April if we go back a little sooner, just because I will have a family member recovering from surgery and I'm not going to take chances with my family. And so I would attend remotely in that case.
Anyone else? Councilmember Kugler?
I really appreciate the, I think, additional steps to make hybrid work for all of us. I think that flexibility is really one of the perks of the learnings that we've had during this time. I think it makes sense to follow county guidelines. I would like for our council maybe to discuss, like, if anyone were to feel sick or not feel 100% well, I would really like them to stay at home and remote in. And I want to make sure that we've discussed that and agree with that. I also want to respect people's personal comfort with masks or no masks. But if we are not going to wear masks, then I agree, I'd really like dividers. And same thing with our participants. If the community is coming in maskless, I would like a divider if they were to come up and talk to us at the dais, like before the meeting or after the meeting. And then, I mean, for my own personal safety, I don't know, I may wear a mask. I prefer not to, but if we don't have the dividers, then I will probably wear a mask.
Rob, has any work been done on the HVAC system in City Hall since the pandemic?
Yeah, Jennifer Gordon had those, forget the name of them, something 13.
Yeah, the MERV 13 or whatever.
Yeah, installed. Yeah.
Okay, that's good to hear. So what I think I'm hearing is that A, folks would like some dividers, and B, it doesn't sound like going back to in-person until we have some sort of hybrid option works for everybody. Am I hearing that correctly, Deputy Mayor?
And I want to be very respectful to all of our council members' comfort level returning. I am going to just share something that crosses my mind. And this is a tough one for me to say out loud, given the pandemic. But I just wonder how effective the dividers actually are. And one of the things is they're dividing us on the dais. I'm fine with putting them in. I have them in my work, but there's something about us coming back on the dais together. I'm very comfortable. I mean, I would rather not wear masks though. And so if the divider is what's required, I think that's better, because I think for us to be able to see each other's faces and have the option. I mean, I'm okay with wearing a mask as required. But I just wanted to say, one of the things about coming back on the dais is being together on the dais, and I'm looking forward to that. Clear dividers don't separate us that much, but I just wanted to call attention to just something that crossed my mind in thinking about this. And I do care about your safety and comfort first. So I just wanted to say that out loud.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. Serving on the King County Hazardous Waste Committee, the committee made a decision to mostly stay remote at this point. I know that some councils have come back together and they're wearing masks, and some have dividers, and some people are doing dividers or no masks, I mean, wherever they're at. But there's a good reason for having dividers public health wise and high contact areas and high exchange areas, especially we're going to be sitting quite closely. That being said, I think that our public has made it very clear they would like to see us back, and they'd like to come back. We're all going to have to adjust to transitioning back in. It's going to be a thing, but I'm sure that we can do this together and respect each other's differences and where we are at, but we're all here to serve for the best of the community. So I look forward to wherever we land.
I'm Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was just thinking in my head, and I wanted to clarify and maybe rescind a previous statement, and maybe Dawn can help me out with this, but I believe we're also governed by the emergency proclamation, and it might still be in place. So if the emergency proclamation is still in place related to miscellaneous venues, remember, we have to have a primary virtual component with an optional in-person. So we will have to, and I maybe Dawn, I'll just stop talking here. Maybe you can confirm or
Yes, thank
not.
you. No, the emergency proclamation has not been rescinded. It is still in place. So we are actually under the very same rules we've been under, requiring if you want to go in person, that's fine, but you must have an online component as we've been using.
Yeah.
Councilmember Marshall.
And that reminds me, and I don't know whether I've already been told by our city manager, but we need to repeal or revoke all emergency powers that we had formerly granted to the city manager, unless we've already done that because the pandemic is over. And then secondly, I definitely support see-through shields or dividers. I think that's a great trade-off for the idea of masks. I have no problem with council members wearing masks if they need to or want to. I definitely don't think they should be required, since that's not the medical guidance anymore. And we have a significant amount of social and interpersonal difference to come back from after a lot of sacrifices in this pandemic. I think it's time. But to the emergency powers.
I don't believe we actually ever gave the city manager any emergency powers. He passed emergency proclamations that he ran by us.
I believe there were a number of things that we said could be done via ratification. I think that was the process, but the city manager can let us know.
Yeah.
Don, I believe we've tied it to the governor. So when the governor's order expires, then so do my emergency powers.
I believe that's correct. I'd like to confirm that. We've had so many over the last 2 years and iterations of them, but I believe we did at one point simply tie them to the governor's proclamation, and he has not rescinded the emergency health proclamation yet.
Councilmember File.
Yeah, so this question is for our attorney. I believe we're going to need to update some rules if we're going to be doing the hybrid options, of course. And we might want to, as our council rules have a certain kind of process that's rather dated. I think we're going to need to update for the hybrid option, in-person or remote, being that we have the Zoom format. I believe our rules say phone calls and are quite lengthy on the phone process. So it's probably one more thing that land across your desk.
I can look at that. It's a little too late for me to recall, the mechanics of your rules, but I can work offline with staff.
Yeah, I seem to remember that because of the timing of when we did this, that we actually did include some stuff around emergency proclamations and remote access. But that's just going off the top of my head from the work that we did previously. Any other questions, comments, thoughts, Mr. City Manager?
Just one more thing about when you're at the council dais, there is a way you could space each other apart. Like you could have Don and I go sit in the audience or something, but even that doesn't give you enough space because the spots where you sit are fixed because of where the computer monitors are. So you'd actually have to take one or two council members and put them on an extender table on either side of the dais to get the full every other seat spacing. So if you're interested in exploring that, we could do that as well.
Yeah, and we actually do. Sorry, I was able to look up the language for remote attendance. It does include speakerphone or video attendance. In the event of a declared state of emergency, several or all of the council members may attend remotely. And then it goes into the, except in declared state of emergency, council member attendance via speakerphone or video is limited to 3 times in the calendar year. Unless there's a vote by the majority of the council to waive that for somebody, which is generally what we had prior to the emergency, other than adding in video, which was new. So that's in section 6, if you're interested. Rob?
All right, just one more thing. In talking to the city clerk, and this is more of a preview and more details later, but if we are going to do hybrid forever, like do in person, but then always allow the public to participate remotely, there is a staffing component to that we're starting to figure out. We don't think that Anastasia alone can handle all that and be running the meeting and running a virtual thing too all at the same time. So we're looking into this. It's kind of more of a preview, stay tuned, but we may need like a clerk and assistant clerk at council meetings if we're going to do the in-person and remote.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on what Rob was saying, I don't know if anyone had a chance to attend MRSC's Public Records Act case law highlights 2022. Interestingly enough, I didn't think they were going to bring that up, but that was one of their main suggestions too, that if you are transitioning to hybrid, the reality is that somebody has to be keenly tuned into the physical components, the AV, the microphones, the screens, the technology aspect of the meeting, and somebody needs to sort of manage the virtual space a little bit. And Rob has a better pulse of what that looks like staffing wise, but it is a good suggestion for them to set ourselves up for success and reduce any kind of hiccups.
Good to know. So again, I just want to reiterate what I think I heard, and anybody correct me if I'm wrong. A, it sounds like we want dividers of some sort. B, it sounds like it'd be easiest for us to do this once the technology is in place to allow for hybrid participation. Is that what I've heard from folks? Okay. So I guess what it comes down to is when we think the hybrid, the technology will be in place. You said April in general. When do you think you might have a better idea of a harder date?
I think by the end of this week, we might be in touch with an actual schedule. We might have a pulse on the schedule. As soon as we have that, we'll relay that to Rob, and I think Rob will connect with each of you. Jennifer Gordon is also in the loop because she's in charge of facilities. So we're nudging them along. We made it very clear that the council has all the eagerness to try to work this out as quickly as possible. So as soon as we know, we'll let you know.
Sounds great. All right, let's go around the table really quickly. Councilmember Shrevenick.
Nothing to add. Great meeting.
Councilmember Kugler.
I also don't have any additional comments. Just want to thank the staff for all of their hard work today at this meeting and in general for our day-to-day operations.
Councilmember Marshall.
Nothing to report. Thank you all.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. Pretty simple. I want to thank everybody for your time tonight. It was a good meeting. I really appreciate everybody's thoughtfulness and your positive mindset in our work we do. We should be having an update from the city manager in our one-on-ones this week on a internal issue. Either it's going to come that way or through Dawn. It's been a while coming, but it's due. So I just want to flag you to that issue, and wish you a good rest of your week.
Deputy Mayor.
Nothing this evening. Thank you.
And I have nothing to add because if we finish now, we'll be done before 10:30. So thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of the week. No further business come before us. The